not online. Yeah, this is logged off.
Oh, okay, that sounds good.
We can hear you now.
Good. Good. Oh, nope. Good morning. Okay.
Good morning.
Let me just see if it's you. It might be.
I think it's me. I'm not logged in. I don't know what's going on. Should we try it again, Reagan? You're wearing a lot of magnetic jewelry today. I don't know. I think the jelly bracelets. I think it's the jelly bracelets, maybe. Good morning, everyone. Yay! There we go. All right. So thank you, everyone, for joining us for the October OWEB board meeting. Dan, you didn't miss much in the beginning. We had a little bit of feedback on the mic, and then we had some music. We were thinking about doing a dance number, like a flash mob, but it didn't work out, so maybe later. So good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. My name is Kelly Coates. I am the tribal representative on the OWEB board. I am also the director of natural resources for the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians, and I'm also a Cow Creek Umpqua tribal member. So I want to just remind everyone that the meeting is being recorded and streamed live on OWEB's YouTube channel. You can find the meeting materials on OWEB's website under the Board and Committees section. Click on the relevant board meeting date and you can access all the materials there. And before we move on, I just want to say welcome to Lindsay McClary, my new co-chair. Welcome, Lindsay. Thank you so much for serving in the co-chair role with me. This is Lindsay's first meeting as co-chair. And so give her all the hard questions today, guys. She can field them. And then what are we gonna do? Okay. So before we get started with board member comments, Lindsay and I just wanted, with this being her first meeting and our first meeting as co-chairs together, we just kind of wanted to start the meeting by kind of grounding everyone in a little bit of why we're here and what our roles are. So our mission at OWEB is to protect and restore healthy watersheds, natural habitats, and support thriving communities. As you all know, this is supported by our strategic priorities that we have. Some of these include building awareness, our diversity, our community capacity, coordinated monitoring, urban and working lands, and climate resilience. And this is what brings us here, and this is what we're here to do as board members as well, is to support the mission and vision of OWEB, and also work from the strategic priorities that we've laid out. We have a really great foundation that we have built, that OWEB staff has built. And so as we're moving through our day today, I think it's important just to remember this, keep this in mind, and make sure that we are kind of fulfilling what we signed on for within our roles and responsibilities as board members. And I'll kick it to Lindsay for the next slide.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Lindsay McClary, Public at-Large voting member. And so like Kelly mentioned, this is my first meeting as co-chair and first opportunity to work with Kelly in that capacity. So we did want to just kind of ground the board back on what our roles and responsibilities are. So folks have seen these slides before. Thanks, Linda and the team, for putting them together. The board focuses really on kind of twofold. So setting policies and strategies to reflect what our mission is, which Kelly just mentioned, and to identify those priorities for funding and what those desired outcomes are. I think it's an opportunity for us to be responsive to what we hear from our community connections. And while we're setting those policies and strategies, during these meetings, I think it's a good opportunity to kind of provide that oversight and accountability to determine if we did what we set out to do. We can ask ourselves, did we accomplish our intentions? And what did we miss? So we can circle back to that policy and strategy end of the board's role. And I kind of like to think of it as like, did we put our money where our mouth is? Are we doing what we set out to do? And I'd like the board to reflect on these roles and responsibilities as we work through the decision action items on this quarter's agenda, which fortunately for us all fall on today. So there shouldn't be any funding or action items tomorrow. So it's a good kind of checkpoint to ground us and to kind of start the meeting in this kind of framework. And with that, that's all my comments are, and I'll turn it back over to Kelly.
Thanks, Lindsay. And I just have to point out, great minds think alike. It was green sweater day. Oh. So don't worry, we'll tell you guys what we're wearing tomorrow so we can all coordinate. Thank you for that. Hopefully this was helpful and a little bit grounding in starting our meeting today. I also want to say how happy I am to be here in Astoria for our October board meeting. I don't know about you all, but the drive over here was absolutely beautiful with the fall colors, and just waking up this morning with this amazing view of the Columbia River with a little bit of gray skies was really a true Oregon fall morning, and it felt really, really good. So just want to start with a little bit of gratitude there. Very happy to be in Bruce's stomping grounds as well. And thank you for helping with everything that you did to set up the meeting here. So we will get started with board member comments. I do want to acknowledge that we are, there aren't a whole lot of us here today. And I just want to acknowledge with the federal shutdown still ongoing, some of our colleagues are not able to join us. So we're looking forward to having them join us at our next meeting. They are missed. And for those that were able to join us, we're very grateful. And we'll go around the room, and then I'll get folks online. So I will start with Mark Labhart.
Thank you, Chair, Co-Chair. For the record, Mark Labhart, and I have the privilege of being the ODF&W Commission member on OWEB's board. And just an editorial comment first, and kind of bummed too that our federal partners are, I'm sure they would love to be here. I'll start off with some information that staff provided to me, and I'm just going to read it, so I apologize for reading it, but I want to make sure I cover some of the points that staff would like me to talk about. ODF&W staff will be closely tracking and learning from OWEB's Program Modernization Unit for water acquisition grants, as well as their land acquisition grants, as we work to build out those elements of our private forest accord programs. Oh, I might say this also. I got home 2 nights ago from Madrid, Spain, and it's a 9-hour time difference, and it's 13 hours in a plane. So I'm pretty well maxed out on, because day's night and night's day for me right now, and I'm trying to make that transition. So I'm doing my best.
Mark, you don't seem like you're acting any different.
Well, thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. ODF&W staff have appreciated the invitation to advise OWEB staff on the updates to the focused investment priorities list. We very much appreciate staff involving ODF&W staff. Our staff have been working closely, providing input to help the FIP priorities align with our newly adopted statewide action plan information while retaining the critically important existing priorities for salmon and steelhead. In ODF&W news, salmon are making, as we all know, an exciting progress as a return to the Klamath River and mainly the upper Klamath Basin is pretty exciting. Fish biologists from ODF&W and the Klamath tribes have documented a series of firsts as salmon reach areas where they have been absent for over a century, over 100 years. A few weeks ago, a Chinook salmon was spotted passing the Keno Dam on September 24th. Another was seen on camera at the Link River Fish Ladder October 6th. Soon after, a radio tag salmon was detected on the Williamson River October 10th, along with multiple other salmon. This week, tagged fish were found in tributaries on the west side of the Upper Klamath Lake, Pelican Bay area October 14th, and in the Sprague River on October 14th. So they're spreading out. Staff from ODF&W and the Klamath tribes are closely monitoring and continue to be surprised by the strength of the return. As a reminder, all salmon fishing remains closed in the Oregon portion of the Klamath River Basin to support the salmon recovery. Spencer Creek closed to fishing early this year, September 30th, rather than October 31st, to protect spawning Chinook. Other Klamath River tributaries, Williamson, Wood, Sprague, are routinely closed to all angling November 1 to May 21st to protect spawning red band trout, and those closures will offer additional protection for returning salmon. In ODF&W Commission information, we revised the statewide action plan at a recent commission meeting in August. The SWAP Statewide Wildlife Action Plan serves as the statewide framework for voluntary conservation of an at-risk species and habitat. The goals of the SWAP are clear. They're to maintain healthy fish and wildlife populations, prevent declines of at-risk species, and reserve declines in these resources where possible. The revisions introduced a new plan named, it was really, before it was called the Oregon Conservation Strategy, and it's been changed now to the SWAP, Statewide Action Plan. There's a stronger emphasis on climate resilience, integration of Oregon's nearshore strategy and the Oregon Conservation Strategy, and there's clearer pathways for public and partner involvement. So those are some of the major changes that are in the SWAP. And I might say it still hasn't been adopted by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service yet. It has to be adopted by them, and then that will be officially approved. And that's a major way that we receive federal funding through U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and other federal agencies is from this document. ODF&W confirmed the detection of a fungus causing white nose syndrome in bats within Clatsop County. This marks the first documented occurrence in Oregon and highlights collaboration, possibly of interest of a new key conservation issue, and may align with funding goals for OWEB monitoring and grants and FIP. So we're watching this one pretty closely. ODF&W Private Forest Accord Grants Program recently adopted new administrative rules in August following approval by the Commission. These rules authorize funding for land and water transaction projects under the PFA grant program. The PFA grant program anticipates its next round of solicitations on November 14th, 2025, and will be accepting proposals for habitat restoration and water transactions. Again, November 14th, 2025, we'll be accepting proposals. The Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund anticipates opening its next grant solicitation in mid-December. This will be a smaller amount of funding with $400,000 available for projects in the $50,000 range. So funding is a little bit less than it has been in the past. And so we're trying to fill a little niche in there of smaller grants for smaller projects. So we're going to try to zero in on 50,000 or smaller grants. And last but not least, the Salmon and Trout Advisory Committee, Program Advisory Committee met on October 14th in Grants Pass to review the many grant proposals and program updates. The committee continues to support community-led salmon restoration efforts. Support OWEB's Monitoring Grants Program 101 and community engagement discussions, and complements OWEB's small grant and community partnership funding. So there'll be some funding there. And last but not least, I'd just like to, for those who follow boards and commission nominations, we have 2 replacements on the ODF&W Commission that are going to be recommended to the Senate on their legislative days in November. One, and it's public information, so I can go ahead and say it. One is Hugh Morrison. For those of you who know Hugh, I know him very well. He's a really good guy. He is was the regional director of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for this part of the Northwest. And so he's recently retired and decided that he'd like to continue his expertise. And so he has submitted his name in nomination, and so that'll go to the Senate. And the other is, I don't know this gentleman at all, Dave Moldoff, I think Moldoff is how it pronounces it. And he's with the Oregon Energy Trust and has some considerable background in mainly fishing resources. And so his name will be submitted to and we're going to have to behave ourselves because has a history of, he was a retired FBI agent. So I'm going to have to behave myself. So those 2 will be submitted to the senators for approval in November, and then we will be likely seeing them at our December commission meeting. End of report.
Thank you, Mark. Jesse?
Good morning, co-chairs, members of the board. Jesse Kirschner, non-voting member representing OSU Extension and Oregon Sea Grant. So just a couple of updates for both of those. OSU Extension holds an annual conference, and it was just held September 29th through October 1st. It's an opportunity for all of the statewide extension employees to come together for professional development, a lot of recognition with partners, and then networking. And there were just 2 highlights that I wanted to mention from this year. The first is that Extension's new strategic plan was released. This is a 5-year strategic plan, so it goes through 2030. And it has 5 actions that are focused on service, relationships, visibility, resources, and people. And so implementation is already underway to get that going. And then OSU's new provost and executive vice president, Roy Haggerty, came and gave some opening remarks in which he talked about his experience with Extension. He was a 4-H youth participant, and then talked about how our state is now moving into a period where we really need to focus on economic development and growth opportunities, that this is something we really need to focus our energy towards. So it was really interesting to hear from him, and he has a history of being at OSU. He used to be at the College of Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Sciences and left and is now back in a new role. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, Oregon Sea Grant was one of 2 remaining national Sea Grant programs that had not received FY25 funding as of September 25th. And at 12:01 a.m. on the deadline, we were able to get 94% of our funding. So all the National Sea Grant programs received some amount of funding for FY25, which was really good news for us that it came through even at the very last minute. There is, of course, no news with FY26, which everybody can relate to and knows about here. So we'll see what happens. And then the other thing that I wanted to mention, since we are out here in Astoria, Oregon Sea Grant hosts the annual State of the Coast Conference. It's not going to be here. It's going to be down at Southwestern Oregon Community College in Coos Bay, November 14th and 15th. So this is a conference that brings together around 250 to 300 people, and it's an opportunity for students from Oregon institutions to share their research and have a chance to interact with the public. We have policymakers, folks from agencies, local constituents, all coming together. I do know there's going to be some focus on the proposed port development project that's down in Coos Bay, so that's an opportunity for people to learn more about that and have some conversation about it. So that's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. Bruce?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Bruce Buckmaster. Welcome to the oldest American settlement west of the Rocky Mountains. We're pleased to have you spend a few days. Most of what I have been monitoring since the last meeting, you'll be hearing about tomorrow night. For years on the board, I've heard talk about the need and evidence of the need for partnerships in our work. What I have seen in the Lower Columbia area is an incredible outreach on partnerships, and you'll have a chance to hear about those tomorrow night. So enjoy your stay here. Don't stay here. And I have bail money for those of you in the back of the room. Thanks.
Thanks, Bruce. Okay, let's go to Russ.
Sure. So I'm going to follow on Mark's comments and read something into the record here. I'm the member at large from Portland, and it's an honor to be here with everybody. But I felt today was an appropriate time following your really nice introduction about our mission, vision, and also our values. I just wanted to give you a few comments. So I'll take this moment to read into the record my reflections on OWEB and its vital role in the Chinook salmon recovery in the Klamath Basin. I've had the fortune to be there with the OWEB staff since their beginning in 1998, and it's been a historic path that they have taken to get to the point that we're in today. So today, the Chinook salmon, as Mark had said, have been seen almost 300 miles upstream from the Pacific Ocean, eastward of the 7,500-acre Williamson River Delta Preserve, with confirmation sighting, yes, on the Williamson and the Sprague Rivers on October 14th. This week, there's been further confirmation that the Chinook salmon are spawning for the first time since the early 1900s on these rivers. The pivotal moment has taken multiple hands, but today I'm going to focus on OWEB's board, all board members since the beginning, and staff since the beginning, and who remained focused and consistently focused on this basin since 1998. Over the past 27 years, literally over 350 projects have been implemented in preparation for this day. Investments in acquisitions and restoration initiatives, from the forested headwaters to projects on strategic rivers, creeks, springs, each of which tell a very unique story. To the board and staff, take a moment to celebrate your investments. In and along the Klamath River, along Upper Klamath Lake, Agency Lake, Goose Lake, Williamson River Delta, at Upper Klamath Marsh, on the Sprague, the Sycan, Lost River, Wood River, and Williamson Rivers. Along 3-mile, 4-mile, and 7-mile creeks, Sun Creek, Crane Creek, Spring Creek, Snake Creek, Sand Creek, Annie Creek, Buck Creek, Ranch Creek, Crooked Creek, and Wright Creek, as well as at Big Springs, George Springs, McCready Springs, Cordell Springs, Jay Springs, Brown Springs, and Robinson Springs. You have facilitated not just 4 and been part of 4 iconic dam removals, but please don't forget the 2002 Agency Creek Dam Removal Project on the Wood River, or in 2006, the investments to remove the Chiloquin Dam. And yes, never forget 2007, where OWEB made an investment in 2,000 pounds of ammonium nitrate used to reconnect the lower 6 miles of the Williamson River back to its historic delta, which helped to open up 12 square miles of breeding habitat for the Lost River and short-nosed suckers, and today, yes, the return of the Chinook salmon. In summary, hats off to OWEB staff and the board who for 27 years have kept an eye on the prize with over $31 million in lottery investments in strategic communities with focused community support and scientifically driven projects. Today is your day. This is your legacy. This is Oregon at its best. Congratulations to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Russ. I really wanted to clap at the end of that, so. Woody.
Yes, thank you, Russ. A little tough to follow there. My name is Woody Wolf. I represent the Oregon Water Resources Department on the commission. And so I missed my first commission meeting, the most recent one in Warm Springs. So I'm going to focus on what has been foremost in the commission's purview. Not that it's the only thing, but it does seem to be taking up quite a bit of time on the Division 512 rulemaking, which is most currently affecting the Harney Basin. And public comment was closed, and at that point in time, there was 1,100 pages of public comment relative to the decade-long progression of how to try to solve the overuse, overallocation of groundwater in the basin. And it's been reopened and reclosed. And during that time, a petition by many of the water users in the basin was submitted that proposed an alternate plan of action to the department's plan of action. And then immediately after this meeting tomorrow, I either go home or go to Salem so that the next day we can have an executive session meeting for 5 hours to try to discuss how those, the original department's planned proposed path and the petition are going to try to complement each other and how to do that. So there's plenty of material on the department's website if you want any of the specifics. This has been a really tough one for me most of the time. My positions on these boards and commissions, if I spend enough time digging through the material and all the great work that the department has done and the other involved entities have done, I can usually find what I feel is a correct path forward. And this one, relative to the circumstances, has been very difficult for me. I'm still wrestling with how I believe I'm going to side in moving forward, because it's just one of those fun ones where everybody loses to some degree and the effects are extremely significant. So I will leave you with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Woody. Liza Jane.
Thank you, Kelly. Good morning. I'm Liza J. McAlister, representing the public at large. It was an 8-hour drive. Not sure if it was pretty. I'm sure it was.
It was gorgeous.
Yeah. It's fun to be in Astoria. I kind of feel like I've never been here before, and I want to come back and play. But great to be here with all of you. I feel like I was just thinking, it's kind of like when I went to school when I was little. Like, I know I was supposed to be learning, but I just went to see my friends. But really good to be here. I can't really think of a whole lot to tell you about. Fish. I've been guiding and fishing and catching lots of sassy trout. They're very happy. The water stayed cold all summer. Did have I can't remember if I told you this last meeting, but we had a congressional tour that Trout Unlimited hosted on the ranch. And we had the Nez Perce elders, Trout Unlimited, politicians. And we just, we continue to do that. And I think it's really valuable to have people come stand by the river, take a hike on the river, like really get out of the planning meeting and see what's happening. And I really appreciate the opportunity to do that and build those relationships and hopefully create change. The other thing is we're moving forward on that other river restoration project that is adjacent to the two that OWEB helped with on the place, and it's going well. And it's going to be, because the owner, his only goal is the reason he purchased the property was he was inspired by what OWEB did on our property, and he wanted to keep doing that. And so it can be big. Doesn't care about cows very much. That's my role, but really neat to see a new approach to some of this work. And we'll just keep working until we get to Woody's, I guess. But other than that, happy to be here and for my last hurrah. And I miss all of you on the screen. Wish you could be here, but glad you could join us.
Thanks, Liza Jane. Mark.
Thank you. So, Mark Webb, liaison for the Environmental Quality Commission, and just as an aside, Liza and I's conversation is a great example of how people go in the same place down the gorge see radically different things. I thought it was gorgeous. She didn't see that.
I saw traffic, that's all I
saw. It's pretty nice. Anyway, I have to apologize. I'm embarrassed. I think I deleted my notes for EQC, and I wished I could come up with some excuse, but I cannot. We continue to be focused on water quality, on the TMDLs. There's quite a bit of work with climate resilience, the climate protection program, and associated efforts there. But I apologize. Sorry.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, we're gonna go online now. Jamie.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Jamie McLeod-Skinner, voting member at large in Central Oregon. And sorry I can't be with you there in person. Liza Jane especially, I was looking forward to giving you and Bruce a hug with being your last meeting. We had a big storm over the weekend, and part of a tree fell on a fence with our critters, and it was a little bit more complicated than I anticipated rebuilding the fence. So that kept me busy instead of driving over to Astoria. There's a lot of important wildfire assessment and recovery work, of course, going on, especially in Central Oregon. And I'm curious, in report outs and such, to explore how we might approach supporting recovery, especially regarding our previous investments. And also just curious, with the rise in food insecurity that's especially going to hit the first of the month, about our overlaps and partnerships with the ag community. But I really appreciate the initial grounding in responsibilities and oversight and accountability, because I've been thinking a lot about that recently, especially with so much of the turmoil impacting funding and potential funding for our work. I've been thinking about our fiduciary responsibilities as a board and how we can safeguard OWEB going forward, involving maintaining public trust, especially during this time of heightened government scrutiny, and also how we can engage more of the communities that we serve. So I wanted to focus my remarks today on both a concern, flagging it for the board, and an opportunity. And first, the concern. And let me preface this by saying, a few years ago, I flagged that I thought the language we used to refer to our work to serve all Oregonians would become a flashpoint, not just for OWEB, but for government investments in equitable distribution of funds in general, and we've seen that come through. I don't think I was heard by most of the time, and someone even seemed to interpret it as me encouraging OWEB to take a step back from our commitment to equity, which of course is not the case. I've done this work my entire life. But I was simply trying to prepare us for what I saw as a political train coming down the track. And we're seeing that now. I mean, even with some of our colleagues not being able to attend, part of that is funding in general, but especially any work associated with diversity, equity, inclusion, there's blowback. So I'm a bit wary of raising, because of that experience, raising this concern, but I really do believe it's part of my fiduciary responsibility and my commitment to the long-term success of OWEB. And I would just ask board members to consider it in terms of how we go forward so that we can make sure we prevent harm to this great organization we're a part of. And the issue has to do with our process for distributing funds and the perception of ethics through our level of disclosure. So first of all, regarding the process, you all know this board allocates a lot of money every biennium. We get to decide the categories, the amount that goes into those categories, serve on the committees that heavily influence how the funding will be allocated, and make the final decisions on some very specific projects. And that's great. That's our role as board members. But the issue comes up when there's money that goes to organizations that board members serve on and potential conflicts of interest. So Oregon ethics laws, are there to address issues like this. And they do address this for anyone who may personally benefit from any of the allocation of public resources, unless, there's a big exception, unless the individual works for a government entity. In that case, there's no such restriction and not even a requirement for disclosure. And so what this means is that someone through our process could be part of the entire decision-making process, allocation of funds could go to their entity and they wouldn't even have to disclose. So again, I'm talking about process and public perception and wariness and our care for that. So even if we are technically within the letter of the law with our current practice, and I believe we are, I do think there's a public perception issue that does not go along with the spirit of the ethics and disclosure laws for some board members, and especially for some voting board members. So my recommendation to the board is that we review our process, and if there's any potential conflict of interest or even perception of conflict of interest, that OWEB establishes our own internal expectations and procedures to honor our fiduciary responsibilities, to protect our board members and to maintain public trust. And I will say this is a little bit awkward raising in a public meeting, but given the recent crackdown on any private conversations whatsoever between board members, it's prevented me from raising it. In the past, I might have raised with a couple other board members and solicited their thoughts before bringing it to the full board. But I do think it's important for us to look at this. Again, we are in a unique time right now with public expectations of government funding, and also I don't think there's any problem ever raising, demonstrating our commitment to transparency in our relationships and our commitment to public trust. So wanted to just raise that for the board's consideration. And the second item has to do with a great opportunity to expand the diverse set of voices and perspectives on our board. The founding legislation for OWEB, which involved input, actually, I believe from some of the folks in the room, involved the great wisdom of including many perspectives on the board by design. And we have representatives from multiple state agencies and federal organizations, a tribal representative, that was all very forward-thinking in gathering together the insights necessary to inform our work. And our work is about partnerships. But there's a great organization that I believe was founded just after the original OWEB legislation that I think would really add tremendous value to the OWEB board. And that's the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. It's 4 tribes, 2 are in Oregon, and 1 is recognized as having homeland in Oregon. They have the same mission as OWEB, and so I think would really help to inform our work and bring in perspectives from across the state. And I think this is especially important given the goals stated at previous meetings about wanting to build our relationship with tribes throughout Oregon, and also recognize the diversity of experiences of the different tribal nations within the state of Oregon, given different geographies and given histories. And so I understand there's process involved because there are how things have been set out, but I do recommend to the board that we find a way to invite the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission to serve on our board. And I even have some ideas how that might have them step in as a voting member, but that can be for future discussions. But wanted to share those thoughts with my colleagues today so that we can continue to do the great work that we're all so very proud of. Thanks.
Thank you, Jamie. Brian?
Good morning, everybody. Brian Stubb, representing the United States Forest Service as a non-voting member. Really glad to be here today, although regrettably I'm not there in person. Today I'd like to share a couple of things on updates. So first, I think folks are aware that there's a lot of restructuring going on in the federal government, including USDA at the department level that includes, as well as the Forest Service. The public that plan was released earlier this year, and there was a public comment period that took place, and that has since ended. So the department and the Forest Service are considering those comments and working towards finalizing that plan. In the meantime, the Forest Service has begun executing an interim operations plan, and that includes the regional forester for the Pacific Northwest region. Jackie Buchanan is now also the acting regional forester for the Pacific Southwest region. So she is going from operating across 17 national forests and 25 million acres in Oregon and Washington to include now 35 national forests and 45 million acres across Oregon, Washington, and California. Similarly, the Natural Resources Director and much of his staff, including myself, are doing the same. So we'll be kind of stretching our span of our domain to that larger area. We're kind of, obviously that represents some real challenges, but some real opportunities too. Some of the issue sets across that domain are similar, and so there's a real opportunity to address some of those challenges and pursue some opportunities in that larger area. But obviously there's a lot of diversity and differences across that domain too. So we'll be leaning in to address those real challenges and opportunities as we move forward. Importantly, that interim plan should not be viewed as being any sort of final plan for the agency. And that'll be, released and begin execution next year. Regarding the federal shutdown that was mentioned, the Forest Service, portions of the Forest Service continue to operate, specifically those that are focused on some of the executive priorities, including active timber management and other executive orders. Other issues, the agency continues to move forward with streamlining some regulatory processes, and importantly, that does include updating our, at the regional level here, updating our programmatic authorizations for aquatic restoration that enable us to more efficiently deliver that really important work on the ground. And then last, two other items. There's been a lot of investments by OWEB as well as many other agencies, including the Forest Service, on some really important watershed and valley bottom restoration work in the Whitefish Creek watershed. I want to let folks know that there's been some recent research published that was led by Dr. Brett Harvey from the he just recently retired from the Pacific Southwest region of the Pacific Southwest Research Station of the Forest Service, regarding some of the valley bottom restoration work at Whitefish Creek. And the good news is that has been shown, that work demonstrates that that work has had very positive outcomes for native fish in that watershed and associated with that particular project. Also, the fire in Sisters last summer, there has been, I think folks have seen some photographs, really good drone imagery that's been distributed that anecdotally suggests that some of that restoration work was effective in kind of increasing fire resistance and resilience in that valley floor. So some positive outcomes of the important interagency work that OWEB and other folks are part of. Last piece of information, there's a lot of work going on to modernize the nation's water resources data, specifically modern digital databases of streams and water bodies and other features on the landscape through the 3D hydrography program that the USGS is developing. There's a lot of work going on in Washington that I've been part of across that whole state. And some of that work we hope to advance in Oregon, specifically Forest Service, EPA, and some of our state partners have submitted a proposal to develop those really important data, high resolution LiDAR-derived databases of those water resources across large portions of Western Oregon. We'll see if that gets funded, but I think it should be a pretty competitive proposal. So that's the updates that I have for today. I appreciate the time.
Just a quick question, Brian. When will you know on that, whether it gets funded or not? Is that pretty soon or down the road a ways?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think when I spoke with the USGS, they have some funds left over from FY25 because of the nature of the budget process this year, kind of precluded them from doing some acquisitions earlier. And so they were hoping that they would have those funds as well as FY26 funds in order to make investments in the 3D hydrography program in FY26. And that means, I think, that they want to be able to move on some of those proposals in that, at least some of them, in the first quarter of 26. But we'll see. I'm sure the ongoing budget issues at the national level are probably influencing that process, but I think they should be moving, probably quarter one or second quarter.
Thanks, Brian. I actually have a follow-up question as well. Does this dovetail with Dan Isaac's work with the Norwest stream temperatures, or is this separate?
That's a good question. It's separate but related. So Dan's work was really basically to take all the massive amounts of individual point data for stream temperature that many agencies had collected over the years, and to go from individual points to entire stream networks by building really robust spatial statistical models to extrapolate data from individual points to make predictions across river networks. And so, but that was built on a foundational architecture for hydrography, which was the National Hydrography data set. And that was a really useful data set that a lot of tools and models had been kind of used as a foundation. And Norwest is one example. There are many others. And so that's a really good application. So the key issue that the USGS is looking to address with the 3D hydrography program is that underlying database, the NHD database, was built on topographic data sets that were developed in the 50s and 60s and such, and then digitized subsequently. And so that database was really useful, but it did not have the level of spatial resolution and accuracy that's needed for many applications today. And so that's what the 3D HP is going to do is basically replace an analog data set that had been digitized over time, but had a lot of accuracy issues, with a modern kind of information superhighway upon which, for water resources, upon which things like the next generation things for Norwest and other products that are being developed, like being able to predict stream flow permanence. So, for example, does streams flow year round or not, as well as the distribution of fish. New models like Norwest will be built on that 3D HP architecture rather than the NHD. Does that help to address your question?
Yeah, that was great. Thank you. Sorry, everyone, for going down that rabbit hole, but that was super interesting for me. Thank you.
Sorry if I gave too detailed an answer.
No, that was great. I really appreciated that. Thank you, Brian.
Sure.
Dan, what do you have to tell us today?
Well, hello, everybody. Dan Brown, representing the Environmental Protection Agency as a non-voting board member to OWEB. Like Brian said, for the Forest Service, there are portions of EPA that also continue to operate. And there's also quite a bit of uncertainty about kind of future program direction. So I'm not going to read all the updates I had because I'm not sure what the time frame on some of them are. But I will give three quick updates. One is that in August, in in uh, and Mark, maybe this is some stuff that EQC would have put in their report to you.
Would have and did, and I lost it.
So in August, EPA accepted DEQ's Willamette Subbasin temperature TMDL. Pretty significant TMDL. It addresses a total of 937 impaired and unassessed waters. So the monitoring covers most water bodies, but there's a lot that are unassessed and their status is unknown. And so 937, that's the most water body segments of any basin in EPA Region 10, which is the region that I work in, covering Alaska, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. And EPA, of course, is continuing to support the state in its TMDL work, particularly around the litigation and the temperature TMDL schedule, which is pretty aggressive for any agency to meet. And in September, to the point made earlier about the partnerships there in Astoria that Bruce was talking about. In September, EPA led our program evaluation site visit for the Lower Columbia Estuary Program, which is part of our National Estuary Program, and we do these regular 5-year evaluations for our NEP's National Estuary Programs, and that went very well and was very comprehensive. As OWEB folks know, there's been a lot of work out there. And that bode well for that program evaluation. And then lastly, one thing I will say is that we're in the season of meeting with Oregon DEQ as a major partner agency for EPA. We have a performance partnership agreement with the state. And we have a regular process for negotiating that agreement and then transferring funds to the state to implement environmental protection programs. And then I'll just add on to what Brian said about the 3D NHP update. That base stream layer is the same sort of stream layer that the state uses for its TMDL program and its impaired water assessment program on the 303D of the Clean Water Act. And so EPA is very much supporting the advancement of that data layer as well. And I think I'll end it there.
Thanks, Dan. Okay, Lindsay.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Lindsay McClary, Public at-Large Voting Member. I live in West Salem and work for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. In the last quarter, I attended the Partnerships and Capacity Committee meeting in September, which we'll hear more about tomorrow. I got to attend 2 other site visits with partnerships. So I was able to work with the Nature Conservancy and attend a site visit to the Sandy River Gorge Preserve. And that was really great to see. And also down in Southern Oregon, got to attend the annual site visit that is put on by the Clackamas Siskiyou Oak Network. So really good to see a lot of partners turn out for that. Missing some federal partners, but state, private, non-governmental organizations and landowners. So it's really great to see some of the momentum and oak work being done there. Let's see. I was able to attend the state's board chair retreat in Salem with Sarah, and that was really great because it was managed by a facilitator, and really good kind of concepts and conversation about humans and how humans approach information. And yeah, it was really great takeaways, and hopefully we can have that same facilitator do some board work with OWEB. Also got to assist with a legislative tour at Noble Oaks with OACD and Polk SWCD. So really got to express the need for funding for habitat restoration with local folks as well as congressional representatives. So hoping to keep that conversation going about the need for funding on the ground for habitat. And then just wanted a nod to Bruce and Liza Jane for getting to know you guys as humans and working with you over the last several years. It has been such a pleasure, and you will be missed. Yeah, you're leaving a big impact. So thank you. End of report.
Thanks, Lindsay. I did want to mention that Barbara is out. She's not going to be able to make it to the meeting, and Liz is also going to be a little bit late. She had some family things come up. So for my report out, as I mentioned before, I'm the Natural Resources Director for the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians. I'm the tribal representative on the OWEB board. So for Cow Creek, we have been deep into strategic planning for the last few months, which not everyone finds fun, I'm realizing. But it's been really great for us. We're engaged. We're a real small team of lands and resources folks, and we're engaged in a lot of work. And the strategic planning has been really, really helpful, honestly, for us. So we've also been doing quite a bit of grant writing, and it's also grant reporting season too upon us. So, we're heavy into that work right now. We continue working really closely with ODF and W on fish propagation in the basin, and continuing our work on Rock Creek Hatchery and our work in the Umpqua. The thing I wanted to focus on though today is a project that we completed, a culvert restoration project that we completed on tribal lands, and it's a pretty good story, I think, as we're, finishing up field season and going more into our monitoring season for fish. It was a big one for us. I've mentioned this before, and for folks that are restoration practitioners, we know that we will get funding for a project, and we may not see that project completed for 5 years, 6 years. And so when you actually get on the ground work done, it feels really good, and it feels like a big win. So for us, we received some funding to do a culvert restoration project on tribal reservation lands. And these reservation lands are really special because they are part of the Western Oregon Tribal Fairness Act. We received a portion of our reservation lands that were promised to us in our 1853 treaty through a literal act of Congress at the end of 2018. And then immediately the Milepost 97 fire broke out in West Fork Canyon Creek. And instead of kicking into monitoring and evaluation and getting a lot of pre-data, we ended up in post-fire recovery. We were really concerned about what we'd find when we went in and actually did fish surveys in the stream, and we were pleasantly surprised when we found good stream temperatures, lots of cutthroat trout, Pacific giant salamanders, the yellow-legged frog. It was really heartening to see. Part of the lands that we acquired also had a large squash culvert, and that culvert was impacted by the fire as well. And the first time that I saw the culvert out on the ground, I thought to myself, wow, we really need to inoculate these fish for tetanus because, whew, this is bad. I don't even know how fish were getting past it. A lot of them weren't, actually. It was definitely a block. So it's been about 5-6 years that we've had this funding and we've been working on this project. We initially were going to put a rail car bridge in because the lands across the creek belong to Roseburg Forest Products. Over time, we were able to work with the Trust for Public Lands through our forestry department and acquired some forest lands on the other side of the creek. And because of that, when we went to put in the rail car bridge, we worked with our forestry folks and they said, we don't need a bridge here. Can you just do a low water crossing? Which is actually way better for the stream. There's a small creek that comes in right at where the culvert was, and it's going to create more floodplain habitat, more overwintering. And we were really excited. The other part of this is we were able to hire a tribal member contractor to do the work on his land, which was absolutely amazing. And I know, after a restoration project happens, it looks like a bomb goes off, right? And we were a little nervous about that, but with the rain that we've had coming, it looks really, really good. And this is the first project that we've been able to do where we haven't had to put infrastructure in, and we're really gonna get a great bang for the buck. And so I tell this story because I really think that our restoration practitioners and the folks that are on the ground, they understand how long it takes to get this work done. But there's also nuances and things that change, and you have to be adaptive and you have to be ready to take advantage of things that happen that change the project. And sometimes those things can be amazing changes for the better. And this is just it's a really big win for us. And it's something that I'm incredibly proud of. And I think it's a really great story for folks to understand, how we work together, how we partner with community, how we partner with our actual tribal members as well, and what that means to us when we can do a project like this on our lands. And so with our grounding slides this morning in what our mission and vision is and what we're trying to do for the ecology and support the economy of Oregon as well through the work that we do through the restoration economy, I think it's just really important to kind of keep those things in perspective and also to celebrate our wins, because right now there's a lot of negative out there. There's a lot of stuff that's really hard that we're dealing with. There's a lot of really hard decisions that we're having to make that impact a lot of people. And I think just being able to celebrate some of these small wins and really lifting people up and having some gratitude and some gratefulness for the work and really showcasing these projects is huge. And that's why I just wanted to share the story as like a win and something positive for all of us. And I also think I love how OWEB does this with telling the story of our restoration projects as well. And I'm really excited to hear the story that we're going to hear at this board meeting, because those are kind of my favorite part of the meeting now, where we get to hear about everything that's going on and the lessons learned and how we're growing from it. So with that, I will.
Chair Coates?
Yes.
I would just like to thank my fellow board members for this part of every meeting that I've attended. I don't believe there's any place, any situation in Oregon on a quarterly basis where you could listen for an hour and take the pulse of Oregon restoration across the board. It's one of my favorite parts of the meeting, and it may be the only part I will continue to listen to in my dotage, but all the rest of it. So thank you, each and every one of you who has given these reports through the years. I would like to allay any concerns of my colleague, board member Labhart. There is history of a former FBI alum as a member of the Fish and Wildlife Commission. That would be Carter Kearns of Pendleton. And so please understand, to the best of my knowledge, No other commissioners were arrested or indicted during his tenure.
Maybe I'll set the tone.
Well, Bruce has said he has bail money for us, so I think we're okay there. Thanks so much. I see Brian has his hand up.
Yeah, appreciate it. Kelly, I just wanted to build on your comments about post-fire resilience of some of our fish populations. I want to point folks to a really good article on from OPB on August 29th, earlier this year, around some of the recent studies that scientists from Oregon State University, the National Council for Air and Stream Improvement, the Pacific Northwest Research Station, the Forest Service, and other organizations that have been looking at post-fire response of fish populations and other organisms in those historic Labor Day fires, and seeing some pretty good evidence of resilience of those fish populations in those areas. And so I think that really kind of validates your point that if we can address some of these very manageable human-caused challenges like barriers, which really do have impacts to fishes if they can't get to where they need to be. If we can address those, we have a lot of dynamics on the landscape, and there is a lot of resilience of these fishes to those kinds of disturbances if we can alleviate some of those pressures. And so some good recent science kind of supporting those examples that you were talking about there very locally.
Thanks, Brian. Mark.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. Since we're just a little bit ahead of schedule, I didn't know what I was going to have time to mention this or not, but I wanted to follow up on some comments that Brian made regarding the flat fire, which was a fire that burned near Sisters, and it burned 14,000 acres in one afternoon, and acres about the size of a football field. So it got up and it ran toward the little community of Sisters, and of course there was a lot of people that were very concerned about that. I have some credibility in what I'm about to say because I was an incident commander on ODF's Team 1 for 11 years, so I got to see fires and fight fire in Washington, Oregon, California, and Idaho. And so I have some credibility to say that Brian's comments are very well said in terms of habitat improvement projects. When you manage forests and consider wildland restoration, you're benefiting not only fish and wildlife, but you're also benefiting the resource. And some of the staff here will talk about the projects that we did on White's Creek, which the fire ran right through the middle of White's Creek. And there's a lot of green there right now because of the significant amount of effort that was done by OWEB in terms of funding some of the projects in that canyon. And so I stood up on the top and looked down into that canyon, and you can see the restoration project that was, I think, partially funded by OWEB and others, but it's pretty impressive how that fire went around some of those areas. Now, sure, White's Creek, the whole canyon was nuked, and there's going to be some significant restoration efforts there, but OWEB needs a little pat on the back there for the work that they've done in that canyon, and there's going to be some more restoration work. But the Forest Service also, that burned pretty close to a lot of private property, and there was only 5 houses that were lost, considering that there was literally hundreds of homes that were threatened by that fire. And so when you do good forest management and you consider both wildlife habitat, fish habitat, and protecting human life and property, the benefits can happen when you have a fire that gets up and runs like that. So I just wanted to add a little bit to what Brian said. There was a lot of things that were well done in that fire. I actually wrote an editorial to the Bend Bulletin about that, talk about the work that was done by multiple agencies. They take their hats off, they work together, and they try to do what's best for the resource and what's best for the community in general. So when you can get those agencies to work together and do something, here's a product of that fire that could have been pretty devastating if it would have ran right into the community of Sisters, which it had huge potential to do that. So just a comment.
Thanks, Mark. Russ?
So I want to get back to something that Jamie had said earlier, and I just want to give a different perspective. I am really grateful for the commitment to OWEB structurally to hit its DEI goals and to have a tribal representative chairing us at this point to give voice to the nations that where we are working here in the Northwest. I believe that the representatives of the Intertribal Fish Commission are well served by your voice. And I feel very comfortable with the structure that we have at this point to be able to make sure that all needs are being heard effectively and efficiently on the OWEB board as we stand today. So that's my perspective. So thank you.
Thank you, Russ.
Jimmy has a hand up. I think if we want to go a little earlier and then still take a 15-minute break.
Jamie, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Russ, for that comment. The reflection I was having is, I can tell you, I would not want to represent every LGBTQ person in all of Oregon with the tremendous diversity that is there. And we're also beyond just different perspectives. We've got 9 federally recognized tribes, 9 sovereign governments who have very different experiences and perspectives. And I think it was forward thinking back in the 70s to have a tribal representative. I think it doesn't take anything away from the outstanding representative that serves on OWEB now and previous representatives as well. But the state is so diverse, and candidly, there are some conflicts between tribes, and that was an article I shared with Sarah and was hoping would be shared with the entire board on some issues that may come up for OWEB funding in the future. And so I think I think it, and also based on private conversations I've had, I'm not a tribal member myself, so I can't speak to that, but I do know in terms of any kind of representation with different perspectives, different geographies, different histories, and especially when there are different perspectives on projects, I think it behooves OWEB, if we are truly interested in hearing all perspectives, to hear those perspectives in a more formal way. And I think it also takes pressure off one person to try to represent sometimes conflicting voices. I think that puts too much on one person's shoulders. And the geography and geology east of the Cascades is different from west of the Cascades. And it's an established fact that there are different perspectives. So it is in recognition of that, taking OWEB to that next step beyond the initial good intention. I think it also shows a heightened awareness of recognizing different tribal nations and different perspectives. And I think that would be a wise move. So I appreciate your perspective, but even the article I sent to Sarah a couple of weeks ago, and I get it to you as well, or I don't know how procedurally, because I can't reach out to you privately. I think there's opportunities that make the argument.
Thanks, Jamie. It's helpful information that you're sharing. And I'd like to work with OWEB's tribal liaison, Ken Fetcho, on additional outreach to anyone that has talked with you about this. So can you please provide any information and contacts you have to Ken so we can follow up on this?
And I'm sorry, I can't, for private conversations, I can't do that, but there are public opportunities to have those perspectives. And it's more than just information coming through staff. It's actually being around this, informing other board members and sharing that perspective. I think it's still an issue, but I can't private conversation been ahead with me. I can't violate those. Thank you though.
Co-chairs, this is Sarah O'Brien, OWEB's executive director. I see a couple of different threads here that I think if we take a break, take a moment, maybe come back later in the meeting or in future meetings with some clarification. There are a number of issues that I think the co-chairs and I see getting woven together here. conflict of interest policy is certainly something that we could talk further about. Appointments process is of course not within the hands of the board, but rather the governor's office and executive appointments. I think we could provide some clarification if members are interested on the role of the tribal representative, which is explicitly not to represent all 9 tribes of Oregon. And I think we can also provide some clarification on public meetings law. I can talk about that even. I have a a slide prepared in director's report just to clarify some of the expectations around what's acceptable in private or public conversations with help from our Department of Justice. So happy to provide some clarification on any of all of those, but I think probably that would be best kind of framed in an informational context and later in the meeting if that's suitable to the co-chairs.
Yeah, that sounds great, Sarah. Thank you. I actually wanted to acknowledge, because we know that this is Bruce and Liza Jane's last meeting, we wanted to take a minute and recognize you guys for all the incredible work that you've done. And so since we have a little bit of time, we wanted to do that now, actually, and recognize you all. And I want to follow up on something that Lindsay said earlier. I feel like coming onto OWEB, it really, like Liza Jane said, you know, it's you go to school to learn, but really you're here to see your friends. And I really feel like both Bruce and Liza Jane, you were both just so welcoming to me when I came onto the board. And I feel like that first meeting, I was like a deer in the headlights with what was going on. And you both just came up to me, you talked me through things, you supported me, other folks did as well, but I just want to say thank you for that. And I want to say that I've learned a lot from both of you, watching you in the meetings, the things, how thoughtful, how pragmatic you are, how passionate you are about the work that you do. And I really appreciate you, and we all do. And we thank you so much for all the time that you've put into this. We know you're going to continue to be amazing OWEB advocates into the future as well. And I will say, I am going to miss your updates, Bruce, because you always had something funny and you always had something interesting. And I really appreciated that. And Liza Jane, your stories about the ranch and just your passion with what you're doing and your willingness to get people out onto the landscape and show them this and be a model for other landowners and talk to them about your experiences is just amazing. And so I just want to thank both of you, and I'm going to hand it over to Sarah now.
Thanks, Kelly. I have some comments as well, but they overlap so much with Kelly's words that I will share some of them if we can later tonight at the dinner, and then the blushing can happen and then it can recede and then you can blush again at dinner and it'll be great. But I do want to take the opportunity here while we're on camera and on the record to share these plaques and our appreciation with you guys. I'm going to come over to each of you. Linda is going to take our picture, and then we will, you do see if I say embarrassing things for like 3 minutes before we do this, it'll be that much more awkward. So I'm just going to come over and thank you and share this appreciation, and then we'll circle back again this evening with some more conversation. Sorry.
Do it at the same time, I'm hiding.
Thank you so much, Liza. Thanks for everything. No, we're not gonna be okay. We're gonna miss you guys so much. Oh, here, I should give that to you.
Wow.
Bruce, thank you so much. You guys have brought so much to this board, and I still think
uncomfortable.
you're uncomfortable. Do you want me to salute while we? Thank you so much. The care and stewardship that you guys have brought to this organization is just incredible. And I think one thing I do want to say on the record is one of the things that you've both done remarkably skillfully is bring representation of the region that you live in and you love and you care about. The context, the history, the placiness, the richness of the communities that you live in and the restoration work that you're involved in there. And bring that in a way that's not just regional representation, like this is an issue in my region, but bringing that richness in a way that really supports OWEB's mission, organizational health, and sort of the stewardship role that we bring. And so thank you for striking that balance so gracefully over time, and bringing that sense of community in place to OWEB is so important, and it's something that you both have done with remarkable grace and skill and commitment and stewardship.
So we will have time tonight to do a little roasting, though.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, okay.
No, I've been told to hold the offensive comments until we're not on, no. We will have a chance for other members to chime in as well.
Thanks, Sarah, and everybody. I was wondering what I'd do but then Liza Jane gave me a brochure for her guide service, and it says Fish in Solitude, Connect with the Land, and Experience a Legacy of Care. I think I have my plans. Thank you.
It's your new mission statement, Bruce.
All right, that's great. Also, yeah, fishing in solitude. That sounds really nice.
It is really nice. I would like to reserve a little bit of time at the end of tomorrow or something. I have a couple of things I want to say, but thank you for the nice words. And I'll treasure this. Yeah, 2017. That's a long, what's yours say, Bruce?
You've both been here for 2 4-year terms. I just want to
1923.
We will save a few minutes of other business.
Thank you,
Liza
thank
Jane,
you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Kelly.
Okay.
Dan had his hand up and then put it down.
I was just gonna say that I feel like we should also acknowledge Mrs. B's contributions that were often delivered through Bruce.
Brought another plaque.
Thank you, Dan. Yes, Mrs. B. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mrs. B. Okay, so we are going to go to
Come back at 10:10.
10:10. Okay, we're gonna do a quick break. We'll come back at 10:10. Thank you.
I know I'm moving up in the world because I get texts from major politicians every day.
Okay, we're about to restart the meeting. I'm just going to give folks another minute here to get back to their seats.
They got very quiet when you said to.
I guess so.
Acknowledging your right to the gavel.
First time having to use it. Okay, all right, we're back from break, everyone. We are going to move on the agenda. We're on item B, which is director's updates. That starts at page 11 on your board book. Before I turn it over to Sarah, I just want to acknowledge that there's 2 other written reports that are provided. There's a rulemaking update that's a written report in your book, as well as a PA update, which is a written report. So with that, I will turn it over to Sarah for some ED updates.
Thanks, Chair McCleary. That seems like it's in danger. Regan, am I gonna make this thing squeal? Okay. I'll just reintroduce myself for the record while we wait for the slides. Sarah O'Brien, OWEB's Executive Director. I have now passed my 1-year anniversary, so I consider myself kind of like a, late childhood, sort of adolescent level of OWEB expertise. We will provide, as usual, some general staff updates. I will share a few very brief highlights on the governor's executive order released last week on climate resiliency. Love the bats. Linda, that didn't know that was gonna happen. Very Halloween. I did not wear my Halloween costume, and I apologize for that. We'll talk a little bit about the agenda for the rest of today's meeting, and we'll have a few minutes for questions if folks are interested. Go ahead. Thanks, Linda. Okay. As Lindsay mentioned, we have some written materials to supplement what I'm sharing here today. I hope board members will take a close look at those before, during, or after the meeting. They provide a lot more information than I could deliver verbally here today. And I think it's also a fitting tribute to our departing members, Bruce and Liza Jane, that we see a lot of material in those strategic plan updates connected with the work that you have prioritized and helped steer and direct during your time on the board. A lot of commitment to working lands conservation, a lot of reflection of climate and equity work, and working lands and urban conservation really being knit into the fabric of OWEB and what we do in our day-to-day mission and how we do it in a really remarkable degree. So I hope this is kind of a satisfying time to look at those reports and the strategic plan updates and staff reports and say, that stuff that you guys have brought to us and really advocated for and represented here is really knit into the fabric of the organization in a way that I hope is very satisfying. We'll be sharing updates later on a number of these staff reports will be agenda items, so I won't dwell in a ton of detail on any of those. Yeah. As I look at it, those will all pretty much come up later. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. A reminder that we do like to just bring you this kind of quick overview on director delegated awards that have occurred during the last quarter. This is kind of a practice that's changed off and on over time, but we want to daylight these and just for transparency, share some of the details, make sure there aren't any questions or concerns. A reminder that our director award policy just sort of clarifies if folks are ever interested in looking at some more detail around that. These tend to be grant types that are very time sensitive, or funds that we manage as on behalf of another funder, are nested under an umbrella. So a board award of a FIP, for example, a number of these are, or stuff like wildfire technical assistance grants where there was just a recognition on the board's behalf that we didn't want to hold up the work and the award and the progress of those while waiting in between quarterly check-ins, and then also non-competitive grants like our tribal project development grants that don't have a funding line. those things we don't bring to you, but we do want to provide this information for oversight and transparency. Next slide. It is, even I have trouble reading that. Not the, but wait, there's more, I can read that, but the other pieces. It is a relatively light agenda today, and that's great because it gives us a lot of time to connect and celebrate, to hear from our partners, we have a field tour coming up, we have partners coming to talk on a panel tonight. We have a FIP coming to present their results as well. So light on decisions, but don't let that trick you into thinking that it's been quiet at OWEB recently. We have had a lot going on. Some quick highlights. I think we mentioned at the beginning, like many of our partners, we're feeling the impacts of the federal shutdown. We miss our colleagues that aren't able to be with us today. We miss our federal partners that weren't necessarily able to join review team meetings around our recently opened grant cycles. Their expertise and their companionship and partnership is really missed. So we will look forward to having them back soon. Agency cost reduction measures, folks may have seen in the news, there was a direction from the governor to kind of tighten our belts in preparation for an anticipated rebalancing of the budget coming up in short session in the short legislative session 2026. Legislative Fiscal Office is also, or legislators have also asked us to prepare a sort of 5% reduction scenario across all agencies. It's really similar kind of as a budget exercise to what often happens in development of the agency request budget as part of the normal budget cycle, but because of federal and other economic impacts, we're entering, as folks have probably seen, this special session in a tight budget situation and anticipating probably some rebalancing efforts to need to take place. So we're working really closely with our partners at the governor's office, the Department of Administrative Services, the Chief Financial Office, and legislators to make sure that we're able to reflect that belt tightening, but to really avoid or limit any impacts to our staff or to grantees and look for cost savings in ways that it'll have the absolute minimum impact on the work that we do. And so we probably in future meetings will have some more information to share on that. We anticipate a December forecast coming up that will provide some more information on both lottery and general fund projections. I do want to note that it's really valuable that the board has chosen in your spending plan to set aside unallocated funds in preparation for this kind of event. It really helps us go in with a conservative mindset and make sure that we're not making commitments that we can't live up to later. And so I just appreciate the board's decision to leave some significant portion of funds unallocated. You'll remember that part of the reason that we were doing that was in anticipation of impacts to Pacific Coast salmon recovery funds. We're pleased to announce that we do have a signed agreement for the federal fiscal year $25. So a little behind schedule, but like Jesse, very much appreciated and glad to see that closed. Courtney, $19 million, which is, better than what we were bracing ourselves for sure. So that's really good news. Very appreciative of our partners at NOAA for helping us get that across the finish line. Very appreciative of our partners in other Pacific Coast salmon states and bipartisan legislative work that has really helped to highlight this program over time. So that is great news, but I want to encourage folks to stay the conservative course regardless, because we don't know what's happening in federal fiscal year 26. And now we have state budget, potential reductions to be minding as well. So again, not a great time to be dipping into the kitty, but we're very glad that we have it there. We have 2 new board appointments to celebrate. One Senate confirmed in the last special session, Raya Bushnell from Farmers Conservation Alliance, a longtime grantee organization, but also a partner that provides a lot of technical assistance to groups working on ag irrigation modernization and water quantity work throughout the state. Raya has a lot of experience working both in the Klamath Basin and in the Owyhee on water quantity projects. And so we're really glad to have her join us. She is officially Senate confirmed. Xavier Borjas was on the governor's appointment list a couple of weeks ago, is not yet confirmed, but we're hopeful that the Senate will move forward with that in the next confirmation cycle. Zavi, a number of us know pretty well from his previous work on the Governor's Regional Solutions team. He worked in Southern and Southwest Oregon, I believe, representing regional solutions as they kind of connect state and local government around economic development and resiliency and community development issues going on in local communities. So if Zavi is confirmed, we'll look forward to having both of them join us starting at the January meeting and getting to know them. We've been holding their onboarding. I do want to mention too, I don't think we've made an announcement at a board meeting yet that Michelle Zwarchis from the Fish and Wildlife Service will be joining us after Chris Allen's early retirement. And Annie Burney from NOAA Fisheries, who's a longtime OWEB partner and participant on review teams, really familiar with the OWEB model. Both of those will be joining, and that's after Eric Murray's retirement. So both of those folks will be joining us as soon as the shutdown is over, and wish they could be with us today to meet you all and look forward. But they had a great onboarding session with the staff about a month ago before the shutdown in any case. So really glad to have those guys join us, and they're taking on, as this sort of wave of retirements works its way through the federal government, some significant leadership growth and positions in their agencies at the same time as they're joining us. So I just want to also share appreciation for our partners at Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA Fisheries. They're sending us some great folks at a time at which they're very strapped, and so we're very appreciative that they continue to prioritize our partnership and our work together. I think that starting in January, we will probably start talking to you guys in more depth about initiating rulemaking sometime over the next year or two on our capacity grants to districts and councils. We're starting a phase of early outreach, or perhaps even pre-outreach, pre-rulemaking, pre-outreach associated with that. We recognize that a lot of our partners have a lot of investment and interest in those grant types. And it's been a while since we've worked on rulemaking, so we're just starting some early conversations heading into the new year. We'll be connecting with our friends at districts and councils, other nonprofits, and folks who have an interest in those capacity grants. So we will continue that conversation in future meetings. But you may hear us starting to do some of that outreach, and certainly our Committee on Partnerships and Capacity will be the board committee home for that work going forward. I'm in a minute going to ask Stephanie to come up and talk to us a little bit about OWEB's key performance measures, which is a set of measures that we report on annually, must be annually, to the legislature and others, and work that we're really proud of, and kind of an indication of how our work continues to grow. After that, I'll talk a little bit about the governor's executive order. And as is often the case when something important is released right before a board meeting, I'm happy to entertain questions, and most of my answers will be, well, we don't know yet. But it's an important body of work that OWEB plays a significant role in, so we'll take a minute. Stephanie, do you want to come up and introduce yourself, and we'll talk about key performance measures a little bit?
Great. Good morning, board members. Stephanie Page for the record. So you can see on this slide a summary of how we did on all 12 of OWEB's key performance measures. These are measures that, with one exception, we look at annually, and we submit a report every year to the legislature on how we're doing. And they basically look at how well we're delivering customer service. They look at both the near-term and the long-term impact of our work, and they look at the ultimate outcomes of our grantees' work. So just a couple things that I'll focus on this slide and the next slide. I'd like to call key performance measure 4 to your attention. That's timeliness of grant agreements. That looks at how many open solicitation grant agreements are completed within 30 days of board award. So as you can see on that one, we're not meeting that one. And one thing I want to say is this measure looks at factors that are both within OWEB's control as well as some factors that are beyond our control. Even so, we've tried to use this measure to look at what are the things within our control where we can tighten up that time frame and identify bottlenecks and take steps to improve them. So in 2022, we were at 0 for that key performance measure, and then in 2024, we were at 48%. So we made quite a bit of progress there. We did go down a little bit for 2025, and one possible contributor to that is actually some improvements that we made to our applications. We've moved the required metrics for federal funding that folks originally had to submit from the application to post-grant award. And so it has streamlined the applications, but our thought is it might have taken folks a little time, especially this first time around, to understand how to enter those metrics in before we could then finalize the grant award. So that might be one reason we saw that decrease this year. The other key performance measure I'd like to highlight on here is number 7. This is another aspect of customer service. It looks at how timely we are in paying requests for reimbursement and payments. And so that's an area where we've always been really strong, and we continued to do really well in 2025. Last thing I'll mention is that our overall customer service rating is at the very bottom of the slide. We're at 94. I don't have my distance glasses on. We're at 94. And then the next slide will break that down into a little more detail. So we have a strong performance in terms of customer service. As you might expect from many of you who have interacted with our staff, there were a lot of narrative comments submitted on our annual customer service survey about how friendly and helpful our staff are. These are some different things that folks rate during that survey, and then they can also provide narrative comments. So I wanted to just read a few of the narrative comments that were on this year's survey. The project managers at OWEB that we work with are always very timely and super helpful. Responses to questions are always very prompt and thorough. Staff have been consistently available and helpful, often on relatively short notice. OWEB is a real bastion of sanity and high quality service. And finally, I have enjoyed working with OWEB staff at every level. They are excellent partners, understanding, empathetic, and just overall wonderful people. So that is, I would say, pretty representative of some of the things we hear during the year. And I will note the one area where we were below target in 2025, and looking back at previous years, this has been, I think, a fairly long-term theme, is availability of information. I think this reflects that we've got a lot of different programs. There's just a lot of information that folks need to absorb about different programs and processes, and it can be hard for folks to find the information that they're looking for. I wanted to note that Linda did an update to our website a few years ago to try and simplify things, and we saw a bounce in the following year's rating in terms of availability of information, and she's working on some more targeted updates for more simplifying. But I also want to note, I don't think that that metric is just about the website. I think it just reflects the importance of simplifying and harmonizing information, making our programs less complicated as much as we can. So that's a quick overview of our results, and I will pass the mic back to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Stephanie. I see a couple members, so I'm going to hand it in a sec over to co-chairs to see if they want to entertain any questions. I do have a couple more slides before we finish, but while Stephanie's at the table, I do want to also just take the opportunity to share, both with the board and with partners, that OWEB staff take these things really seriously. You would not believe the amount of effort that goes into poring over these to also identify and absorb, critical feedback and comments. We do continue to hear feedback that we need to look for ways to simplify our application process. We've been working hard on that. And that may send more rulemaking your way, because we have a lot of that based out of rules. And so we really do work hard to sort through, filter through the feedback we're getting in our customer service survey and use that to feed and fuel our continuous improvement work as well. Co-chairs, do you want to run the room?
Yeah, thank you. I do think we have time for questions, and we might as well do it while Stephanie's here. So I see Bruce first, and then we'll go to Jamie.
Thanks, Stephanie. Would you tell us how the target numbers are established?
That's an excellent question. So those are generally set by the Legislative Fiscal Office. So the they propose those when our budget is getting adopted in the Ways and Means Natural Resource Subcommittee. And that's part of the report that goes with our budget bill to be adopted.
Thank you. Jamie?
Thank you. Great job to staff, as always, on the customer service. I mean, that's in my time on the OWEB board, that's just been a consistent, it's just a real great source of pride. So great job there. You mentioned on number 4 that it includes things that OWEB cannot control. Is there an opportunity, and you just mentioned the process of coming from, of working with the legislative office to see if the items in number 4, it's a good overall concept measure, but if those items can be limited to things that we can actually control, so they're actually measuring what OWEB is doing and not necessarily, you know, when we're waiting for others to respond.
That's a great question, Jamie. Yeah, I think just because of the nature of the pathway that a grant agreement takes from board award to all the signatures being on it, I think it's hard to back the outside of OWEB's control out of that. But I think maybe what part of what you're saying is, do we have other performance measures that look at just things that are within our control? And I would say we certainly do.
Sorry, Chair, if I may just follow up. What I was thinking is, if you, instead of just looking at that entire timeline of only having the measures for the part, you know, if there's 5 steps and 2 steps are our partner signing things and getting it back to us, if we could just measure maybe the 3 steps that don't involve, so it wouldn't be looking just at that overall timeline, but looking at kind of parsing out those sections of it. Anyway, that's just a thought, if that's at all possible to consider.
Sure, that's something that we can certainly look at.
Thank you. We'll go Russ, Mark Labhart, Mark Webb.
So this is very impressive, as always, but I think there's an overemphasis on places that you want to improve, and you need to stop and celebrate some extraordinary successes here. I'm just awestruck by the grants from number 2, funding from other sources. You do it better than anybody, and I'm proud of the hard work of your team, everything from efforts to go back to DC, to encourage Salem to invest in your work, and it's just, we should just recognize the extraordinary effort behind those numbers. Also, I do believe that you are under-calculating number 11 with the opening of the salmon into the Klamath Basin. I think that you have a few more miles of native fish habitat that have been opened, but I just, maybe it's just a little interest I have in that particular basin at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you. Mark Labhart.
Ditto. Thanks for the information, and I really appreciate your timeliness of the grant agreements explaining that, Stephanie. So this, for the public that might be watching this, this is a fiscal 25, right? Not a calendar 25.
Oh, I heard someone behind me say calendar. It's
Okay, so we aren't done with 25.
I think it was actually fiscal.
Okay.
I'm seeing
Okay.
Renee and
Okay.
Courtney debating back there.
Usually, I thought I knew the answer. Usually it's fiscal.
Oh,
I
actually,
think it's fiscal because
I've got it here.
Customer service survey
Yeah.
occurs at the end of the year.
I've got it here. So for each, in this detailed report, for each item, we've got the data collection period on here. So yeah, we've got fiscal, for the one I'm looking at, for example, for key performance measure 4, it is by fiscal year.
So that might answer Russ's question. So it's June of 24 through, or I mean, July of 24 through June of 25. So it may not be actually recorded yet. So,
no matter what, congratulations.
but I would just, for the sake of the public, because we deal with fiscal and calendar years a lot, maybe in the future, just say, you know, where it says 25 results, and just say June 24.
Good idea.
Or July 24th, so just so people know that, well, wait a minute, we're not done with, you know, so just clarification.
Mark Webb.
One comment and a question. I'll start with the question first. Why aren't you bothered by 8 and 9 falling short?
That's a great question. So we have 3 key performance measures, 8, 9, and 11, where the targets have been based on a rolling average of previous years. And so I will say the targets have bounced around a lot just because of the nature of when projects get implemented and different projects happening in different timeframes. The actual accomplishments every year have bounced around. So I would say I really appreciated the advice that our legislative fiscal office staff person gave us, which was don't worry too much about the target and not meeting it. Just look at the long-term trend on the actual on-the-ground results. I will say we've seen some of those numbers decline over time, and I think some of it is we've handled the low-hanging fruit, or our partners have handled the low-hanging fruit, where you might put in a project and open up miles and miles and miles, or restore miles and miles of streamside habitat, for example. I think we actually went through these results with our staff too at our most recent in-person staff meeting. And several folks noted our portfolio's diversified too. And so we're funding some other types of projects where the metrics might not be captured in these 3 particular key performance measures.
Thanks. And then the comment, I'm a recipient of OWEB grants. To Jamie's point, it's all before I was on the OWEB board, but y'all do fantastic. I love working with OWEB staff. So in terms of the customer survey service thing, it's great.
Thank you, Mark. I do want to note, just thinking about what our partners are wrestling with too in this more constrained funding environment. I agree with what Stephanie described in response to your question, Mark, and I also think the cost of restoration is just increasing faster than our revenue is increasing. And I do want to, permitting challenges, lack of access to federal funds may be something that shows up next year. Our partners are really facing some significant cost increases and just pragmatic restoration challenges in the midst of this. So I think it is something to track closely and be concerned about. In a preview to our January meeting, you will see we got a very high volume of applications this year, and we will be bringing you guys, probably a tough funding line to say we are getting a lot more applications. We're getting a lot more really good applications, and our lottery revenue is, stable with projections potentially decreasing over time. So I do think it's a concern worth some additional discussion.
The reason I ask is I assume there were good reasons for that. And I think it would be helpful to track some of those, or to make explicit the cost going up, the lack of funding, low-hanging fruit, just some of those challenges, so that there's a sense in which we're actually doing really, really well, or better than it looks.
Raising it.
Stephanie and then Brian.
That's a great point. And I'll mention in the full report that we submit to the legislature every year, we do have a spot where we can kind of explain what we think is driving the trends, whether they're positive trends or downward trends. So we always try to capture that. And it was really helpful to get to talk to our full staff about it too, just because everybody sees a different piece of what's going on.
Brian?
Yeah, I just want to, it's a really good question from Mark, and I think I just want to echo Stephanie and Sarah's responses to those. Having been tracking similar metrics for the 25 million acres of national forest that I kind of help manage in the Northwest for the last couple of decades, I see similar variation, sometimes in response to funding pulses or ebbs and such. But a lot of times it's around some of the issues that Sarah and Stephanie mentioned around low-hanging fruit being addressed earlier, costs due to inflation, but also the nature of some of the treatments that we're doing are more sophisticated and intensive and cost more money. And so there's just a lot of factors that go into that. So I think it's a really important metric to track, but teasing out some of those causes can be challenging sometimes. But I do think that it is, like Mark mentioned, is a good exercise to, document, contextualize those trends over time, so that there's an interpretation each year about why do we think this happened this year, because it can get lost if you just look at the trends and you don't have those kind of contextual pieces. So I think that would be a a good practice. So, thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Shall I take back over, Co-Chair?
Jesse has a question or a
You're
comment.
in my blind spot, sorry,
That's
Jesse.
okay. So Stephanie, to your point that the portfolio has broadened, do key performance measures ever change to capture some of those new things?
They do. There's a process. If we would like to change one of them, we submit it the year before the long legislative session, a few months before our agency request budget is due. And then we usually have some back and forth with our analyst, and then that those can be adopted as part of our next biennium's budget. So it's not an easy process, but it is possible.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on key performance measures? Russ.
Just a question that I haven't asked before, and I'm not sure how the audit fits into this. How often do you have
The Secretary of State audit. Stephanie, can you comment on that?
We do have audits on a regular basis, and I would say the scope can vary from looking at lottery funds specifically to a particular federal fiscal year for our federal funding. So they do happen on a regular basis. We've been working with the Secretary of State's office on one related to the new Monsanto funding that came to us. So yeah, we do have them regularly, and the next time we have one and hear of one, we'll let the board know about that.
Great, thank you. Want to continue?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Stephanie. That was great. Jesse's comment is actually a great segue to a quick overview of the governor's executive order released last week, in part because there is an invitation in that executive order for natural resource agencies named there to potentially update or refine our key performance measures in a way that is more consistent with the executive order, but also in a way that's more interagency, more coordinated with our natural resource agency partners. So there is an opportunity flagged there to kind of consider a global update that could cross several of the natural resource agencies, and that's something we'll be talking with together. Folks may have seen this order was released on Thursday. We can certainly send a copy around to the board if you haven't already seen it. The executive order focuses on the importance of climate resiliency and the state's actions, current and future, in order to be able to build more resilient communities. So it's a broad combination of actions. The Director Colbert from the Department of Fish and Wildlife and I, as Director of OWEB, are called out specifically in the executive order in a good way, not in a calling out way, which is a first for me to be sort of pointed to in a governor's executive order. The role that is identified there for us is to convene an interagency work group to think about what are the attributes that make our land and water resources resilient across the state, that would then sort of form the foundation of some of the further implementation steps imagined in the executive order. And my understanding of sort of the intent of the order and the governor's interest in this topic is to be able to show as an interagency family how we work together to support climate resiliency in the state, to do that in a way that centers and leverages our existing mission and mandate and sort of steers it together in a more coordinated fashion around climate resiliency priorities. So I do think that the work that you guys have done on climate and equity policy, and the work that you've done to really, as I said earlier, knit climate preparedness and climate resiliency into the work that we do as an agency will serve us really well in this time as we figure out how we're going to catch and implement this. So there is also a significant focus and a whole section on the importance of working lands to climate resiliency, to keeping working lands working. There's also a quantitative target of 10% increase over the 2025 baseline in 10 years toward whatever those climate resiliency attributes that we come up with are. But I really want to note that language around that 10% in 10 years target includes restoration, and that's very intentional. So this is a recognition that a combination of land and water protection, conservation, restoration, stewardship, and working lands needs to come together in order to support the state's broader climate resiliency goals. There are also some sections in there that are a little further outside OWEB's normal realm of expertise, but Mark Labhart referred to some of your comments earlier about state agencies coming together to support locally led fire and flood resiliency efforts, and also implementation of the state's 20-year landscape resiliency plan and fire adapted communities work. So I think it's a really good showing of the puzzle pieces on the table in terms of the way that our different agencies contribute to this goal, and an invitation and opportunity for us to work together with our partners and figuring out what it means and to be able to show our contribution. Everything okay?
Mongoose library.
I do not have a lot of answers beyond what I have already said, but it looks like Mr. Webb may have some questions or comments nonetheless.
Yeah, one question. When I read the letter, it's bringing state agency directors together and state agencies, but public lands is an incredibly important part of Oregon, and I'm just wondering what the interface there will be. And in part, is the 10% of private lands, 10% of state and private, or does that include federal public? So I just, be nice to have some sense of that, in part because we work primarily with public land agencies, and the all lands approach is attempting to do public-private. So how does that work, if you have any idea?
I don't, and I would say we're very early days, and probably the way that we define some of the attributes will help us think about that. I don't see anything in the order that would preclude, counting restorations work on public lands. And I think I assume and imagine it would be important for folks in our rural counties that have a significant amount of federal land ownership to know that, those existing protections and the restoration actions that are happening in their backyards are, being considered in implementation of this in a really positive way. And I believe that's the intent.
Russ?
This is extraordinarily exciting for the state, and the timing and the alignment with OWEB. Your relationship with Debbie at ODFW is really you have a strong relationship. The fact that they are finishing up or have finished up the swap is going to give us a whole suite of new guidance metrics to be able to work with. The idea of having resilience anchors identified, and I believe that's aligned with the Pew Foundation's work with the state of Oregon, and I believe that those anchors will show us that they're, if you look at the FIPS that we have in the state of Oregon, that they're going to align with the resiliency anchors in most cases. And we may learn about others, but I think that this is an exciting starting point. But I think it will reaffirm for us that the priorities that we've established in this strategic plan are the right ones, and being able to move forward and get credit for those activities is going to be, we'll get to 10% in 10 years, with whether we have federal funding or not, if we stick to the priorities that are identified here. So, and I'm assuming this gives you an extra job, right?
I was pretty bored after, no, it is exciting. I think it's a really exciting opportunity to show the work that we're doing. We get a lot of questions of like, boy, if the state's budget is, facing challenges, taking on these new responsibilities. And I think alignment and coordination is the key. There are ways that we can use our existing resources and meet our existing mandate. And this is what you guys push us on all the time, and appropriately so, in a way that coordinates with our other agency partners and our external partners to be more effective in the way we spend our dollars. And any excuse to work with Director Colbert is well worthwhile.
And I think they're developing a frequently asked questions worksheet to be able to provide some context and applicability and intent. So
if folks have additional questions, it would be helpful to hear about those as we progress through the meeting, and even just in the breaks, we can kind of run those through the governor's office and then come back at a future meeting or offline communications to be able to share some details. But we'll have a lot more to talk about once we get a chance to sit down and put our heads together.
do you have another slide?
I have one more, but
Yep.
Liza Jane also has one more
sorry,
question.
Liza.
Thank you,
She's in your
Sarah.
blind spot. I know how this
Thank you, Lindsay. I don't have my laptop in front of me, but in this letter from the governor, was there a piece in there, if I remember right, about also getting our public lands healthy?
I believe there was, and I actually wondered if that was part of what Mark was referring to. So I have a paper copy with me. We could even take
Okay.
a look at that at the break and see if there's some clarification that we need there.
I feel like there was because it made me jumpy happy. As a private land steward, part of our story in looking at public land health is, make up your own bed before you come tell me about mine. And I really, from my experience and perspective, I really appreciated seeing that in there. I think there's just work to do everywhere, but having it highlighted from that level of we need to make up our own bed. So I like that part.
Thanks, Liza Jane. Okay, let us know where else we should seek information on this. I do want to just briefly give an overview of, that's okay, go ahead, Linda, today's meeting. We're doing a lot of learning and sharing, as I described at the beginning of my comments. We have, in addition to committee updates coming up, public comment, and I think a couple that folks really will want to, dig into understanding of some of our partners' experiences over the last little while here. We have Monitoring 101 presentation that's a little bit more detailed and nuanced version of what the committee worked on, the Tracking and Communicating Outcomes Committee worked on recently. We have the Clackamas Basin Partnership, and I have no favorite basins, but I do live in the Clackamas Basin. And I don't make funding decisions related to that. So looking forward to our Clackamas friends being here today, and then circling back with some of the water acquisitions conversations after our previous funding cycle, before the next one, and also as we're heading into rulemaking in our water acquisitions program, hearing from a number of valued partners about the original vision for the general fund that we have dedicated to water acquisitions, and sort of looking forward to potential future investment in that program. Water acquisitions is something that I struggle to understand, so I am always appreciative of both partners and staff coming in and helping us understand the mechanics of that. We will have a presentation and discussion on FIP ecological priorities. That update process is reaching its conclusion, and I believe we may have some public comment related to that today as well. Our main deliberate and decide issue will be a funding decision related to the CREP Technical Assistance Grant Awards, which I think we warned you at the last meeting we're bringing in here for discussion, in part because we no longer have sufficient funds to meet partner demand. I believe that's one that, no, am I thinking about something different? I'm thinking about a different program. I'll stop talking. So that will be, Courtney will come and tell us about that, and Heidi, and then you can ignore anything else that I might have said in the intervening period.
Thank you. Any other final comments, questions for Sarah?
Thank you, guys. We look forward to digging in.
Okay, we are going to move along. We're moving into item C, general board business. So this is our first action item and funding action item for today. It starts on your board book, page 24. So the first item we have is item 1 under C, July 2025 meeting minutes. Are there any clarifying comments or questions from board members or edits to the minutes? Seeing.
Make a motion to approve minutes from July 22, 23, 2025 board meeting.
Second.
Motion has been made by Mark Webb, seconded by Mark Labhart. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, item number 2 is Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission funding for intensively monitored watersheds. This is looking to accept $300,000 in funds for monitoring projects in the upper Middle Fork John Day River, as well as including some administrative costs for OWEB staff. So any comments or clarifying questions on this item? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
And
Okay.
I'll just note that it is Grant County, but there's no potential or actual conflict of interest for me. I move the board approve receipt of up to $300,000 from PSMFC, add $264,597 to the other legislative external partner allocated section of the spending plan for grants, and delegate authority to the executive director to distribute funds through the appropriate agreements.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mark Webb, seconded by Russ. Any other discussion? Bruce?
I have a question. It's both this and the next item. How do we determine the amount that's going to programmatic and administrative? That split that's made every time we vote on it, there doesn't seem to be an exact ratio. I'm just curious how it works.
Hi, for the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager. OWEB has a federally negotiated indirect cost rate, and we apply that rate to the award when we're negotiating with the federal partners to receive the funds. And then sometimes some of our agreements, such as the NRCS Farm Bill one, the next one, have staff and other costs associated with it. So the PSMFC one has no staff costs. It's just indirect, and then the rest goes directly out to local partners. The NRCS Farm Bill one does have some staff direct costs, indirect, and then the rest goes out in grants. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Courtney. Yeah, Mark Webb.
What's the federally negotiated rate that you've got?
I do not know that off the top of my head, sorry. Maybe, it's fairly low. It's like I think it's 9.47%.
Any other discussion or questions? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, item number 3 is Natural Resources Conservation Service Farm Bill funds, and the request is to receive $500,000 in this federal funding to support Farm Bill program grants and, again, OWEB staff administrative costs. Any clarifying questions or comments on this item? Okay, I would entertain a motion made by Ross.
I move the board approve receipt of $500,000 from NRCS, add $363,722 to the other legislative external partners allocation, quotes, section of the spending plan for grants, and delegate authority to the executive director to distribute funds through the appropriate agreements.
Okay, moved by Russ, seconded by Mark Webb. Any final discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, our last item here, number 4, is the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program Conservation Easement Grant. It's an extension request. This is regarding the Sealy Farm Phase 1 from Oregon Agricultural Trust and is a timeline extension request. So any comments or clarifying questions? No question. Webb.
So why are we extending it? Just put it in public record.
I'm going to ask, yeah, would you come up, Renee? I'm going to ask Renee to tell us a little bit more about that.
Good morning, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager. Robin Meacher, our OHP easement specialist, also is on the phone, so you might want to unmute her. So I can just hit kind of the general points and then mark if there are more specific. So this actually came to you in July for an extension request, and shortly after that board meeting, the grantee realized they needed some more time. There were issues related to the appraisal, some legal support issues that had come up. So Robin, do you want to go into a little bit more detail for Mark?
Yeah, sure. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Great. Robin Meacher for the record. So as Renee mentioned, the grantee with our dual process where we go to the Agricultural Heritage Commission before we bring the extension to the board, the grantee has to ask relatively early when they encounter certain delays or project delays. And so they did have some complications with appraiser availability that added to the timeline that were unexpected, as well as legal support and other contractor support to move the project forward. As also noted in the staff report, federal support, this is a grant that is matched by the NRCS ASAP AIL. And so working on the timelines of that became more complicated in the couple weeks and months moving forward. So that summarizes their request for the extension.
Thank you, Russ, and then Liza Jane.
Is there a risk that we will lose the ASAP AIL funding for this project?
Not that we're aware of, and sorry, Renee, you can stop me if I jump in too soon. The funding has already been obligated for the project. It's more having NRCS staff support available to help assist in document review.
Thank you.
Liza Jane?
I was just wondering if we need to extend, just make more room for these processes. Instead of coming back and asking for this and specific that, everything takes more time, and maybe we could do that.
Yeah, thanks for that, Liza Jane. So this grant came in under the initial OHP rule set that had an 18-month to closing date. We extended that out to 24, and the rules that you adopted, Robin, correct me, I think maybe January of this year. And we agree, especially given the dual process of commission approval and then board approval. So this is something that Taylor, who's also on, Robin, Sarah, and I are talking about, just kind of working through what thresholds warrant coming to the commission and the board, given that you can't always predict some of the nuts and bolts like appraisal or legal support, and you certainly can't predict things like a shutdown that's really impacting a funding partner and their timelines too.
You can almost predict accurately that it will take more time than you think. So maybe we could give more time and then expect that.
Sarah, do you have something? Okay.
So I'm ready for a motion since I sit on that board, and I totally agree with Liza Jane's comments, by the way. I move the board extend the closing deadline for the Seeley Farm Phase 1 grant number 223-7100-22521 to June 30th, 2026.
Okay, it's been moved by Mark Labhart, seconded by Mark Webb. Any other final discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstentions, motion carries. And I will turn it over to Co-Chair Coates.
Thank you, Lindsay. Great job, by the way. You're knocking it out of the park today. Okay, we are going to move on to public comment. And
We're a little early, so we might want to just check with, are we okay? Okay.
yeah. Okay, so I just want to acknowledge the written comments that we received prior to the board meeting. And I want to thank the folks that submitted those comments. We really appreciate the time and effort you put into engaging with the board. I want to remind board members that you may ask clarifying questions only to our public commenters. And I am going to call folks up, and I'll let you guys know who's on deck as well, so you can, you know, get in the practice circle, take a couple of swings before you step up to the plate. Anybody else watching the World Series was really excited for the Mariners for like 5 minutes and then got really disappointed? Yeah, just me, or, okay. It's all right, I'll be fine someday. Okay, so we will start with, Andrea Kreiner, are you, there she is.
So co-chairs Coates, McClary, and members of the board, good morning. My name's Andrea Kreiner, and I am the Executive Director of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts. At the January board meeting, I will give you a summary of what we've accomplished under the Conservation Partnership Grant. So I'm just going to keep it really short on that today. Right now, the partners and I, Network of Watershed Council, Colt, and Ocean, are preparing for a Conservation Partnership Day at the Capitol on November 17th, where we'll be sharing information about the work of our member organizations for anyone who stops by our table. And they're actually creating this beautiful calendar, which we will share with you all, that has photos of conservation projects around the state. Of course, to be egalitarian, there are 4 from SWCDs, 4 from watershed councils, and 4 from land trusts, with some partnership ones in there as well, which is nice. So I want to focus more on OECD in my last probably minute and a half. So we just had our conference last week out in Pendleton with over 90 attendees, which is a 50% increase since I started 2 years ago. So we're great. We had lots of partners there, lots of vendors. So that was a very uplifting time for us. And that's actually all I've been thinking about. So I had to focus on what do I want to tell you guys. So the districts and OECD are looking very carefully at the current and future funding landscape for our restoration and conservation projects. As many of you know, we had a major RCPP rescinded in the state for about $30 million, which is a big hit to our future conservation efforts. And one that was approved actually included provisions that would have put the district at grave financial risk without guidance on how to avoid that risk. So they actually turned that down. That was another multi-million-dollar project. And so after reviewing the language that was put in that RCPP, the districts are going to be reading the fine print on any federal grants moving forward, because when the risk is potential bankruptcy of the district, it's better not to accept the money. So we're struggling. You know, this is going to make OWEB even more important than you already are in the lives of restoration and conservation and acquisition in Oregon. So thank you. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Andrea. Okay, Terry Prieg-Brigsby. And then after that will be Carson Kendrick.
Good morning. For the dear co-chairs, Coates and McClary, and OWEB board members, for the record, my name is Terry Prieg-Brigsby, and I'm the executive director of the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils. Thank you for the opportunity today to provide an update on our work. Since the July OWEB board meeting, I've had the pleasure of meeting with several councils in person throughout the state. So in July, I met with the Walla Walla Basin Watershed Council, which is unique in that the watershed crosses into Washington state. So their council is partnered with Oregon and Washington state agencies, as well as the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, federal partners, and the city of Walla Walla on habitat restoration, water quality improvements, and planning for predicted climate changes, including reduced precipitation and more catastrophic wildfires. While out there, I also met with the Grand Ronde Model Watershed Council, which is the oldest watershed council in the state. It was established in 1992 by the Northwest Power Planning Council. It was an experimental program initially focused on small-scale opportunistic projects such as riparian fencing and small in-stream structures. And the council has since grown tremendously. It's evolved to implement really large-scale, data-driven restoration projects. It's trusted and well-known in the community, and it has a really robust and successful citizen science program with funding from Oregon and Idaho. And that's something I hope to share with other councils throughout the state of how they can implement more robust citizen science programs. Just last week, I met with the John Day Basin Partnership on a legislative tour of post-wildfire recovery along Wall Creek. And I want to note that the council and their partners spoke of the value of OWEB staff working to ensure that BLM funding that was appropriated through IRA was still available to complete the work in that watershed, where about 15% of the basin burned in 2024. So we saw regrowth of native plants, and also there was notable fire resilience within riparian zones and portions of the system with beaver-dominated in-stream elements. So they really are nature's engineers that help to protect against wildfires. And lastly, on Thursday, I'm going to join the Scappoose Bay Watershed Council for their legislative tour of the South Scappoose Creek Restoration Project. The project began in 2018 and will be completed in 2025, and is a result of the collaboration with the City of Scappoose, Lower Columbia River Estuary Partnership, OWEB, Bonneville Power Administration, and many hours of local community volunteers. And I'd like to highlight that while this project is in an urban area, it contains critical habitat for coho, salmon, and steelhead. And also it will create a larger floodway to reduce flood impacts to adjoining properties. We invite any of you that are interested to join us. It's on Thursday, and it's between here and the Portland metro area, so it's close by. And lastly, we completed our 2024-25 annual report, and I have hard copies, and I'll drop one off at your seats over the lunch break. So thank you.
It looks like you have a question.
Yeah, I didn't realize the Grand Ron Watershed Council. You mean the one in Eastern Oregon, or is there one over?
No, the Grand Ron Model Watershed Council, so Bonneville, the Northwest Power Planning Council decided back in the early 90s to try this like experimental program with Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. And there was one watershed council, a model watershed council in each state. And Oregon really took off, and obviously now we have watershed councils that cover most of the state. There's about 80 of them throughout the state, but that was the first one. And it was designated, it was chosen by the governor at the time.
Oh, so I wasn't aware, is it because it was the first and started by the Northwest Power Council that it has Idaho funds? Because it's totally in Oregon.
No, no, it is actually, and part of my whole presentation was, I was really trying to highlight all these different partnerships that all these councils engage with. It just happens to be the Idaho, I think it's like maybe their power the utility. They have funding for, oh no, sorry, it's a university system. They have funding for collecting citizen science programs, and you know, these systems don't stop at state lines. And so it's to their benefit to have more robust data in that general area. So they are helping to fund the council's data collection, and then they're also using it to inform their own projects. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I didn't either until I went and visited with them, which is the power of visiting with people in person.
Liza Jane?
Terry, you just said it for me. I was going to say thank you for taking the time, making the effort to go out and meet with work on the ground, and then being able to share that as you go, so other places can learn from what's happening, and you're sharing that where it needs to be shared, and that can grow. So thanks for telling us about it, but mostly thanks for doing that.
Yeah, I have to, I think, give credit where it's due. Andrea Kreiner, who has been on board, well, I'm coming up on like 10 months now in my role, but she made an effort to meet with all of the stormwater conservation districts. And I don't think I'll be able to meet with all 80 councils, and like, there's more watershed councils, but I'm doing my best. And when I can, I am based out of the Portland metro area, and when I can, I try and meet also in person with local councils there. So that's all. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Carson.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me? Yes?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm
we
so
can.
sorry. Okay, thanks. Co-Chair Coates, Co-Chair McClary, and members of the board, thank you for the time today to provide some testimony at the October board meeting. It's lovely to speak to you all virtually. My name is Carson Kendrick. I'm the Conservation Director for the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. We represent 32 member land trusts, soil and water conservation districts, and conservation organizations working across the state to protect, restore, and conserve private lands. I'm joining you all today to share some recent COLT updates and successes. First, I would like to share a new resource with the board. Just last month, COLT formally launched the Tribal Land Access and Return Legal Toolkit, a product of more than 2 years of dedicated effort between COLT and the Oregon Land Justice Project. The toolkit is a suite of legal tools, MOUs, and resources for land trusts, nonprofits, tribal governments, and indigenous communities to use in furthering land access and return. Organized into 3 baskets: relearn, restructure, and rematriate. The toolkit invites conservation organizations to reflect, repair, and reimagine how we approach land work in partnership with tribes. The toolkit can be found on our website under our resources page and will be a living archive that is periodically updated and expanded as needed. If you're interested in learning more, I would invite you all to participate in our upcoming December 10th Conservation Law Forum, where we will go through the toolkit and learn more about the available resources. Invite to come. I also wanted to report out today on our fall tours, which wrapped up a few weeks ago, and just extend a huge thanks to all of our partners and the OWEB members who joined the tours to educate our attendees. This season, we toured the Sweeney Farm in Dayton, Oregon, and the Wall Ranch in Port Orford to talk about the impact of OAHP, the importance of working farm easements, and the demand across Oregon for farm and ranch protection. We wrapped up our tours with a day in the Jetty Creek watershed, talking about drinking water source protection. In partnership with Sustainable Northwest and the North Coast Land Conservancy, we took over 40 attendees up into the watershed, saw all the restoration work happening, and talked about the importance of that program, the Drinking Water Source Protection Grant Program. Each tour had attendance from local officials, state and federal electeds, and project partners. So thanks again for the support from OWEB for these tours. I think we had an amazing season seeing the impacts of these projects. My last update is that we're currently working to develop our 2026 policy platform for the upcoming short session. Our main focus will be the defense of funding for natural resource programs, especially defending the already secured funding for OAHP. We know OWEB will have to make tough decisions this session, and this program will be on the list of contemplated cuts. But by the time the legislative session rolls around, our members will have already dedicated many hours of staff time to apply for the program, and we will be advocating diligently to keep as many of these dollars as possible, many of which have secured or will secure federal match. Thank you again for the time today and the opportunity to share these updates.
Thank you, Carson.
I have a clarifying question.
Okay, Russ.
Carson, thank you very much for your succinct presentation. I was reading through some of the materials that you presented, and as the co-chair of the ARE committee, we have one work stream that is moving forward that is going to merge with a tribal work stream. And I am intrigued and would be curious how we can get the expertise that you brought into the Tribal Lands Access and Return Legal Toolkit to make sure that if you're willing to be able to share that knowledge with us to see if in fact it'll improve the results of a modernization process overall.
Thank you for the question. I'm happy to share the toolkit with you all and the resources available. It is at this current point, just a bunch of examples of different legal documents, MOUs, and just a general set of legal tools and resources for those currently engaged in work to return land or provide land access to tribes. So as much as it can be helpful, I'm happy to share.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ellen Hammond.
Hello, board members. I'm Ellen Hammond with the Jefferson County SWCD. My public comments today are a follow-up on a letter we submitted to you. Our recent CREP grant was one of two that the OWEB review team did not recommend for funding. I'm here today requesting gap funding in the amount of $20,840 to sustain CREP in Jefferson and Deschutes counties to keep the program afloat while we obtain further funding. To recap, CREP in these counties had been neglected for several years prior to the hire of our new technician a year ago. Since then, she has been growing the program. The OWEB review team raised several concerns that we would like to address. Concern number one, quote, the proposed work appears to be opportunistic rather than a focused strategic approach, end quote. Our response, we indicated that we would focus work in two ODA strategic implementation areas and the Trout Creek watershed. To us, this is a strategic approach. Concern number two, quote, the application did not explain how the proposed work will address the root causes rather than the symptoms. Our response is that there was no question asking about root causes. Concern number three, the outreach methods proposed, mainly mass mailings, do not seem like the most effective way to recruit new landowners to the CREP program. Our response, mass mailings were only one of an extensive list of locally successful outreach methods outlined in our application, all of which will be used. Concern number four, no reported monitoring has been performed to date, so it is unclear what the applicant capacity is to achieve the monitoring objectives proposed in the application. Our response, at the time the report was due last May, she had not yet taken the SVAP training that would allow her to do the monitoring. However, we indicated that she would be trained. Concern number five, quote, there is concern about the capacity within the overall geography to accomplish the proposed work plan. The CREP technician is not a certified planner. The local FSA office does not have a district conservationist, and is not clear who will lead this effort and if they have the appropriate qualifications. Our response is that the review team added a concern regarding NRCS staffing that happened after the application was due, was not foreseen, and therefore could not be addressed by us. The Redmond office houses both the basin team leader and the resource conservationist, and both guide the CREP planner. In conclusion, we believe some of the concerns do not accurately reflect the information in the application or were outside of the application criteria. The original application asked for $156,000. We are here today asking for just over $20,000 to keep this program afloat while we obtain further funding. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ellen.
There's a question.
Yes, Jamie.
I have a question for Sarah or for staff. How, given that some of the issues raised may have been staff interpretation of the application, and then also the reduced, given the circumstances, what's the process that OWEB staff uses to consider such requests?
Jamie, I'm going to ask Courtney to come up, and I do want to note that the award decision on this is our next agenda item. So Courtney, maybe a quick response, but thoughtful, of course. I'm not asking you to
thank you
to be too brief, but and then we'll dig in a little bit more on process when we get to that agenda item.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager, and thank you, Ellen, for your public comment today in your letter. So we did meet with the Jefferson SWCD and walked them through the public comment process and to submit the letter of public comment. So at this point, Jamie, because the letter is coming in after the technical review team has discussed the application, made their funding recommendation, and then staff put together our evaluation and put together our staff funding recommendation to the board. It now sits like with any other funding decision with a board decision, with the evaluation that we have provided to you, as well as the public comment from Jefferson SWCD. Heidi and I will come up here and give our presentation. We'll answer any questions that we can, and it's now a board decision.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Courtney. All right, Nicole, just checking, is that all we have for public comment? Okay, and
Madam Co-Chair, if I can I just want to reflect quickly for the record. I've heard from a couple of members, and I've also heard from a couple of partners that it can be difficult, that there would be a preference to be able to see folks on camera when they're providing virtual testimony. And I know it can be tough to be up there. Terry is giving me a double thumbs up from the back of the room. I know it can be tough. I've been on that side of the camera myself. I understand, and I know it's hard for members. We're working on it, and we just don't have the internet to do it today in this location. But I want to let folks know that message has been received, and we're working on ironing out the technical details of trying to make that happen.
thank you. Okay. We are now going to move on to, first of all, I want to say thank you to all of our public commenters. And just to follow up on what Sarah said, I have been a public commenter at OWEB board meetings as well, and I understand it can be a little bit stressful, and then you're watching the light and trying to make sure you keep it under 3 minutes. I get it, and we really appreciate your engagement and your willingness to come and talk to us, so thank you so much for that. Okay, we're gonna move on to agenda item E, CREP TA Grant Awards. And for this one, I believe we're calling up Courtney and Heidi. Yep. Okay. Thanks. And just while we have a minute, Linda, I love your slides with the bats and the Halloween theme. You're so good.
Thanks.
She is. She's amazing.
When you review your slides in advance, you don't know that the bat will come across, and then you can be surprised. It's a fun surprise.
As Heidi and I are getting situated here, I have to share that the Applegate Watershed Partnership also was started in 1992. They're tied with the Grand Ronde for the longest two watershed councils.
What month?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager.
For the record, Heidi Hartman, Federal Program Specialist.
And we are here to talk about the CREP Technical Assistance Grant Awards. Want to acknowledge that this is actually the first time that we have done these as a board award. For years, they have been part of the delegated award pot of money. It's a mix of lottery and NRCS funding. And as we were looking at the spending plan for 25-27, we had this conversation of what are the grant types that should be coming to the board? What are the grant types that should be delegated? And this is one of those where there can be a funding line. There isn't always a funding line, but there can be a funding line. There can be do not fund recommendations. And we just thought it was really important for transparency's sake, when there is a funding line or there is going to be potentially a do not fund, that there's an opportunity for public comment so that those applicants that fall below the funding line or receive a do not fund recommendation have a chance to interact with the board. So I'm super glad that we've made that decision and we have that opportunity today to have a conversation. We have a fairly short presentation. There's time for discussion and we can answer any questions we have about any of the applications, including Jefferson SWCD. We're going to walk our way through just a little bit of history about the CREP program. What's the review process, just a reminder of that, and then there'll be an opportunity for discussion. So I'll turn it over to Heidi.
Clarifying question. So in the past, have we not had to go below the funding line? I mean, there's always been funded. So is this the first time where we're having that discussion because of that, or?
No, we have had a funding line in the past, and it had been delegated to the director ahead of us knowing we would have a funding line. And so it was kind of after the fact, we realized we needed to have this opportunity for transparency.
Okay, I very much appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Courtney. Once again, for the record, Heidi Hartman, Federal Program Specialist. Good morning, everybody. We're just going to give a quick history and summary of the CREP program. Sorry, I'm kind of back and forth with my glasses. But the Oregon CREP program is a joint venture between Farm Service Agency and the states. Oregon CREP was established in 1998 to work with agricultural producers to maintain and enhance riparian health on private lands. This is a cost share program between FSA and the state of Oregon, as you can see on the slide. Are you all able to see? Okay. So I won't go through, thanks. I won't do the breakdown, but basically CREP financial and technical assistance, they help producers prioritize conservation while also respecting private ownership. They align the business interests of agriculture with those of conservation. CREP contracts ensure follow through and maintenance. They can provide more accountability, sometimes in other similar projects through other grant programs. Agricultural producers enrolled in CREP, they do receive annual payments. They also receive state and federal cost share incentives to install a slew of conservation practices, some of which are riparian plantings, livestock exclusion fencing, off-channel water facilities. And these contracts typically last anywhere from 10 to 15 years. Next slide, thank you. So the CREP Technical Assistance Program, it is a competitive program, it is statewide, and we offer this program every 2 years. We have a great review team membership. We've had a lot of new review team members this year. We have someone from Farm Service Agency that kind of specializes and oversees the CREP program for the state of Oregon. We have an NRCS, the state forester on our review team. Andrea Kreiner of OACD serves, as well as Ken Fetcho from OWEB. And we have a forester from ODF as well. So we have a very diverse group, lots of familiarity with the techniques and the program. And this program really is important, I think, now more than ever because of the uncertainty of the federal conservation priorities. CREP technicians provide stability. They provide frontline expertise to help producers assess their resource concerns and also assess what resources are available to them outside of federal, also state, local resources. CREP technicians help local partners design high-quality projects that consider agricultural's concerns and constraints through collaborative partnerships. So they leverage other resources outside of CREP as well.
So this is just, you see this in many of our grant programs, just to remind folks of the process we went through. So we received the application, sent them out to our reviewers, got together for a great day of conversation and review. We do our voting technique, so it's anonymous voting, fund with conditions or do not fund, based on our technical assistance criteria, which are in rule. We then took that and came up with our staff funding recommendation to the board. You will see the staff funding recommendation, the funding amount. We were actually a little bit short to fund all of those projects that were recommended for funding. And so we are, when we get to the board action, asking to take some funding from another funding line in the spending plan so we could fully fund those that were recommended for funding. So we came up with that staff funding recommendation, and we're here today, and the board will make the decision.
So as you can look at the map, we had I think we had 14 different applications covering 19 counties. There are some applicants that cover more than one county. Dispersed all across the state. We have $1.6 million available for this biennium, and we had a little over 1.8 total requested. We had 2 new applicants this year that we did not receive applications from last biennium. And so that's just a quick overview, a snapshot of the offering this year. And we're going to spend the next few slides just talking about the CREP program, the work that folks do to get you a little bit more familiar with the CREP Technical Assistance Program. So CREP technicians, like we said, they work with producers. They work with producers that are already enrolled in CREP. And then they also outreach to new potential enrollees through a variety of methods. If you look at the slide that I took from the applications, and just kind of, we made a nice little visual for you all to see all the work that they do to try to engage with landowners and producers. CREP technical assistance is crucial really for new agricultural producers. It helps them thinking about aligning their conservation and operational concerns and goals. And just some examples. So Wasco Soil and Water Conservation District, they have been a CREP technical assistance grantee for several years now. They know their landowners, they know their watershed. They use multiple methods to engage producers. They do neighborhood meetings, they tours, they host booths at their local fair. And once they recruit a producer, they really try to tailor that CREP project to meet the producer's individual needs. And then another example, Union Soil and Water Conservation District, they're doing a mapping exercise where they look at existing existing partner restoration boundaries, like restoration boundaries of existing projects. And they try to look at CREP enrollments, and they look at where there's buffer gaps with those two, where they overlap essentially. And they try to target and recruit producers based on that. So, CREP technicians, they are the frontline interface with local producers, and they cooperate with multiple partners to improve agricultural water quality and help producers navigate a patchwork of assistance types. And that leads into my next slide, but I did just want to mention, talking about outreach, we worked with a cohort of CREP technicians this biennium to create a CREP video, which is in the finalizing stages, where I'm really proud of it. It's 7 minutes, so we didn't want to show it today, but we will send a link out to the board members so you can view it. It's a great video that they put together. So CREP, like I said before, leverages a lot of different resources. By offering extended technical resources and sharing program referrals among partners, CREP technical assistance helps producers address multiple water quality and habitat issues through a variety of programs. And I just wanted to highlight, and I could go on and on with the highlights, so I'm going to try to condense it a little bit, with just some of our applicants and existing grantees have done to leverage resources within the CREP program. So Yamhill SWCD has a CREP technician, and they partner with ODF's Emerald Ash Borer specialist to broaden their impact. They coordinate on outreach. They've increased landowner awareness about canopy vulnerabilities and provided guidance on adaptive management strategies within CREP. We have 4 different applicants that are leveraging Bonneville Power Administration funds to achieve more in their watershed. Typically, they use BPA funds on salmonid listed streams and use CREP technician assistance funds on projects that are on non-fish bearing streams or non-salmonid streams. And another example of how BPA funding is leveraged, the Grant Soil and Water Conservation District collaborates with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife to share implementation costs on CREP projects that are along steelhead streams. And if they meet a certain eligibility, ODF&W will take the lead on planning, and they'll also cover the cost for riparian fencing. So I thought that was a pretty unique partnership as well. So there's also a cumulative impact bonus, incentive bonus, that is a federal bonus, and basically that's used to bolster landowner or producer participation up and downstream of an existing CREP contract, and it's an added financial benefit basically to enroll as many miles consecutively along a stream. So We also leverage existing programs within OWEB, the small grant program, the SIA restoration grant program, if CREP is not a good fit for a producer. And then we get to, next slide, please. Oh, there we go. Then we get to implementing CREP. As you can see of the long list of up there of all the things that our CREP technicians do and report out to us. After the initial outreach and site evaluation has been completed, the CREP technicians, they work with the producers to design the project. Once the project is implemented, they go out and inspect the project. They do cultural resources reviews if needed, Endangered Species Act consultations if needed. And they also do monitoring where they can circle back with the landowner, talk about adaptive management strategies and how to proceed before the next re-enrollment. So each CREP contract starts with the stream visual assessment protocol, which is basically just an assessment of the stream using photo point monitoring and evaluating stream and riparian conditions visually. The CREP technicians usually follow up about a year after all of the conservation practices have been certified in the contract, and this allows them to do some before and after assessments of the project to see what's working, what's not working, what do they need to do to get the project back on track if needed. There's a lot of different tools that the CREP technicians use. The Grant SWCD uses drones, which has been a great tool for them. It supports data-driven management of CREP. It enables them to have precise, repeatable assessments of the riparian projects. It helps them measure vegetation growth over time. So they use a lot of different techniques. They, obviously measure plant mortality and weed infestations and use those opportunities to educate the landowner on what they should be looking for when they're out doing their maintenance of the CREP project. We're good, yeah.
Great, so thank you. We just wanted to give you a little bit of a highlight, since the CREP program doesn't come very often. Many of you might not be familiar with it, about really how our CREP techs are the front line working with the landowners in these communities to get this work done. So that is the conclusion of our presentation. The staff funding recommendation is on page 37 of the board book, and happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Courtney. Thank you, Heidi. So I do just want to say that I want to note specifically that while I'm chairing an item, I'm going to encourage Lindsay to fully participate in the discussion, and then vice versa, because sometimes as co-chairs, you can get into it and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh wait, I had something to say, and it never comes out. So just putting that out there for everybody. I saw Bruce, did you have a question? Okay, and then I see Jamie as well.
Thanks for the presentation. I noted that some of the activities appeared to me to be getting pretty close to education. And is it that we are able to avoid our prohibition on funding educational activities because this is not lottery funding? Are we okay?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager. This is education of landowners in order to fulfill the purposes of Measure 76. So it's not youth or education. It is helping landowners understand the practices and the techniques to use in order to further the purposes of Measure 76, which is water quality and habitat and species. So it does fully align. It is lottery funded. We have some money from NRCS, but it is lottery funded and it aligns with the purposes of Measure 76.
So just to clarify, Courtney, in that it directly contributes to Measure 76 purposes, or directly and indirectly contributes to the restoration and conservation purposes under Measure 76. So it's a step like our TA grants, for example, a step in the direction of implementation.
Thanks. And when we're ready to make the motion, I'm uncomfortable with the wording of the motion. I think we can amend it some, so when you're ready.
Okay. Jamie.
Yes, thank you. Courtney, you mentioned a different amount and potentially a different line item for amounts that would modify the motion. And so if you could provide that information, and then also if the majority of the board has an interest in responding to the request of the Jefferson County SWC for the 20K or 20.84K, where would staff recommend that those resources come from? What line item?
For the record, Courtney, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager. So we, in the staff funding recommendation, we are recommending that we take $29,961,000 from the quantifying outputs and outcomes line item, which is our effectiveness monitoring, telling restoration story line item. In talking with the executive team and Sarah and staff, we did not want to, for various reasons and fiscally conservative, propose to take it from our reserve. Felt like that was not prudent at this time. And so since this is programs I manage, I asked Audrey and Ken if I could steal some of their money from the quantifying outcomes line item. And they kindly agreed so that we could fund those that were recommended for funding. And so that is where the additional 29,000 comes from.
Thank you. And in the second part of it, so I guess I misheard you the first time. So the motion as written does cover the, you're saying it covers the recommended funding. And then if there were to be support for this request that came before the board, where would that also be from the quantifying outcomes and outputs line, or what would staff's recommendation be as a source for that?
It would have to come from another line item within the spending plan. And so it would either reduce that item further, or it would have to come from another line item within the spending plan. So we could take it from any line item, considering it's the line items that I oversee. I think it would probably have to come from the quantifying outcomes line item.
Can I briefly add to Courtney's statement, co-chairs? I just want to remind folks, I mean, part of the reason that staff have recommended this borrowing from the other line item in order to complete those that were recommended for funding is we have over time and consistently had significant concerns with partial funding of individual applications. And so that puts us in an uncomfortable space where we don't have an application that we have a review team look at that would be that sort of amended reduced funding line. We don't particularly know what kinds of outcomes to expect from that kind of agreement. It's kind of, I don't know if it's uncharted territory for us, but it's pretty darn close, if not, to being uncharted territory for us to make a partial funding of an award that was requested and then not recommended for funding. So I just want to, the amounts are similar, so I think that I appreciate the question and response, I think, is helping us parse through this. The reason that we recommended the funding line shift was precisely so that we could not partially fund something, if that makes sense.
Mark.
So this discussion will probably be the beginning of many discussions in the future. As a result of lack of funding, we're probably going to get more of these where we've got the funding line, and probably significant more than two, because we have here Jefferson and Sherman that are both below the funding line. So, you know, I guess this is what we get paid the big bucks for, right? Is to make the decision. So, so we heard from Jefferson County. Their justification. We have not heard from Sherman County. They did not provide any testimony justifying theirs. Staff's thoughts on some of those comments that they had?
Heidi did a great job reaching out to all of the applicants after the evaluation team, and made sure everyone had the information about the board meeting and opportunities for public comment, and we did not hear from Sherman.
And still, this is the staff recommendation.
This is still the staff recommendation.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mark, a quick clarification is just, when we talk about the funding line, I want to be 100% clear. The two that are not recommended for funding were also not recommended for, they got a do not fund recommendation based on the concerns outlined in the evaluation from the review team. So it's not, we both don't have the money, and it was a do not fund recommendation from the review team.
Thank you. I understand that. Thank you. Okay. That's enough.
I think, Mark, did you have a question?
Yeah, so what Jefferson County shared doesn't change the do not fund recommendation. If we ignore that we don't have enough money, that doesn't change how the review team feels.
So the review team reviewed all the applications, and we ended up with 2 do not fund recommendations. I definitely recognize, and we met with them and talked through the concerns that were raised with the review team, recognize their points that they made in the public comments and in the letter they submitted. I think there are various aspects that they made some good points. There's also some really good points in the evaluation that were made by the technical review team, and don't want to go back forth and second guess the review team process.
No, I appreciate that, but I always find it difficult where I'm just kind of a third-party neutral facilitator looking. So I do want to hear that y'all still feel, even if there are some points that they made that make sense, that you still feel confident about the recommendation. That's what I wanted to hear.
And I think the one additional thing I would add is in meeting with Jefferson SWCD, we talked through other funding opportunities and other ways that avenues that they could explore additional funding, which is why I think they have come forward with the $20,000, because they are hoping to apply to the next open solicitation grant cycle for either technical assistance or an engagement application. And so we did meet with them, offered to provide assistance as they are pursuing additional funding opportunities.
Okay, Dan?
Thanks. Yeah, it was just, first of all, I'm impressed that as resource constrained as organizations are, that they are still willing to dedicate folks to this super important work, right? And you got these technical review teams that have a pretty diverse group of organizations and agencies dedicating a lot of time into making very, very tough decisions. And I do see that there is in addition to fund, do not fund, there's sort of a ranking. And I was just curious if, Courtney, if you could maybe, or one of you guys could describe like the transition from, the intense and dedicated work of that diverse review team into the ultimate ranking scores and the fund, do not fund recommendation. I mean, is that sort of I'm just curious if that's consensus or if OWEB's staff make that decision independently. If you could just talk about that. And then, again, thinking about our critically important technical review teams, like, I don't know, I feel like we should really honor, that work. That's all. That's more of a comment than anything else. But if you could talk about that sort of, lots of work by a lot of people on top of their day-to-day skills, like how does that all merge into this final recommendation coming from OWEB staff?
Yeah, so pretty much consistently across our technical review teams where there is a voting process, we assign lead reviewers, that everyone comes to the meeting, we, discuss the application, what says in the room, stays in the room, and then we have an anonymous voting process. And so we ask them through clickers or through this technology to vote a fund, do not fund, or fund with conditions. It does not have to be consensus. the will of the room prevails if it's a fund or do not fund. If it is a tie, it is a do not fund. And so that is what we walk through the reviewers at the beginning of the day. This is the process so that they then, at the end of each application review, we vote, fund, do not fund, fund with conditions. So then at the end of the day, once we've discussed all the applications and come up with the list that's recommended for funding, we then ask the reviewers to rank them in their priority order. So the order that you see in attachment B is that order that the review team came up with. So staff do not adjust that when we're developing the staff funding recommendation. Where it would play in is if we didn't have enough money and we had to draw a line, then you would see a line of those recommended for funding that we can fund, and maybe those projects underneath a line, which is often what you see in open solicitation, that we ran out of money to fund, but they were recommended, and then those projects that were not recommended for funding. And we do not rank those projects that were not recommended for funding.
Got it. Thank you. So again, it just, my observation is that this is a really important team, and we need these people, and I think, honoring their work and their kind of consensus around their decision making is an important consideration for this.
Russ, did you have a question?
Easy for me to say as a non-voter.
More of a comment and a question embedded together, if you don't mind.
Yep, go for it.
So, thank you. This is extraordinary work, and I really appreciate the detail that you're giving us. I was struck in the review of the applications, the detail, the relationship with the technicians and the producers, the clarity of the information and the uplift that they're going to get and the efforts that they're putting into it. And as Dan indicated, the commitment of the review team to put in such extraordinary effort to support the uplift that is being proposed really needs to be recognized. I thought that the care in the applications to communicate back and forth was really sincere, and that we get really good information to be able to make solid decisions. As it relates to Jefferson County and their concerns, I would think that a new individual in that position, I would urge that they reach out to some of the other very successful technicians to be able to model the work that they are doing and the relationships and the depth of the information that is being provided if they move forward to be successful in their next application. I know it's going to be 2 years out, but I think that if there's a commitment to help them find additional funds, to be able to reach out to other successful partners in the community will help them get to a successful point in the future. But I support the proposal as written.
Thanks. I'm just going to clarify that I have Lindsay, Bruce, Liza, Jamie, and I will add Mark to that list.
Thank you for a great presentation. And kind of to add on to Russ's comment there, is there going to be another round of funding, and when would that application window be open?
For the record, Heidi Hartman, Federal Program Specialist. Yes, there will be. It'll be next biennium, so it will be in 2027 when that will open up.
Okay, Bruce?
I'd like to address the motion, so if we can come back to me when it's done.
We can do that. Liza Jane?
Quick. Dan, Russ, one of my when I was first on the board, first year, I joined the review team as a fly on the wall. And it was so valuable. I really encourage all of you within your region to ask permission to do that, because it is critical. And I learned so much about the process and the incredible people doing that work, and the level of expertise blew my mind. So I think I got a coffee certificate from the board for doing that, but really I gained the most, and I would encourage you all to try and do that.
Okay, Jamie.
Thank you. And of course, greatly appreciate the work of staff and the review team. It is a tremendous investment. But we've had some of these conversations before, and actually for years, some of the same things come up, and it's provided in, well, we haven't done before, so we recommend not doing it going forward. And I'm just wondering, in this time we're in of limited resources, and as Sarah mentioned, we may see some additional cutbacks to funding opportunities, if it behooves us to think through what some of these things might look like. And so the two things that come to mind is concerns coming up after the initial review. And I'm confident that it's an outstanding review process that the review team goes through. But I think we heard today, there's some different interpretations, different understandings that are legitimate and fair. And what we've typically heard is, well, the review team's already considered, but not necessarily factored in some of the issues raised. The other thing of not doing partial funding, and I understand the logic, and I've heard from Sarah, and I remember asking this question of Eric previously, and this has come up again before, but the question I would have is why not? Especially in this case where we've got someone who said they're not asking for the full amount in light of this, but they just are trying to survive to this next funding cycle. So I'm curious, rather than just say, because we haven't done it before, given that we are in some unique time and some unique circumstances, I'm wondering why not, essentially. And then the last thing, I'm wondering if other factors are kicking in. So obviously Jefferson County had, I think, 3 major, and actually, no, there's a bunch of Warm Springs, well, several major wildfires this summer. And while they don't necessarily tie into specific projects, in small communities, when there's a disaster that hits, everyone drops what they're doing and goes on to help out, to address a disaster. So there are also some unique factors. Ellen didn't mention in her comments, but it was something that I was thinking about when she was speaking. But the question is more the why not, in terms of allowing legitimate issues raised to be considered and factored in. I mean, I thought that was our role as a board. And then also the partial funding.
Courtney, do you want to?
Yeah, for the record, thanks, Jamie, for all of those comments. I think the partial funding is where I would start, and I think it is something staff have struggled with for the years, in all the various programs, and Eric and I have had conversations about this, all the managers have. It's just really hard when you don't know what you're going to get for that money. And it ends up typically being a back and forth, needing to, talk with the applicant, and additional work for the staff. So it would be additional work for Heidi to understand and get a revised scope of work and a revised application budget to represent that reduced amount. And then staff are left in that decision-making space of making sure that we feel like what they're proposing with their reduced funding amount is adequate and meets the intent of the program. So it puts staff in a decision-making space that we don't typically operate in, because we ask the review teams to review and make a technical decision, and then we ask the board to award, and we are facilitating through that process and are deeply engaged. But it does put us in a different situation that can be awkward. And Eric would know the rule, but essentially our grant program is built in a way that we don't accept new information after the application process, and that's what we lean into. But again, these are all great questions that you're asking, and it is the decision-making space of the board to make that the final decision.
I think that's a great overview, Courtney, and I think I'm kind of looking also at Eric as we have this conversation. I know that we will have similar conversations related to the open solicitation cycle and other decisions coming up in January, and it may be helpful to bring some more sort of background on the drivers for this process to that conversation. And I would say, regardless of the decision here, it probably is a good time to refocus and kind of check on how have we gone from statute to rule to implementation. I do also want to remind folks, we do grant making on the scale of about $100 million a year and about 1,000 applications a year. So as a former OWEB grantee, I see where folks are coming from. We have, private foundation funders and other folks that are able to engage in more of that back and forth. And that is when it's possible, a really, effective grant making best practice for some folks. At the scale of 1,000 applications of a year, and at the scale of 40 staff effectively implementing the scale of grant making, it's been I think another constraining factor in addition to statute and rule, that is like, if we open up that opportunity for a back and forth with grantees, it's unlikely that we'll be able to support that in a way that's equitable across our grant programs and partnerships. And that is challenging to think about how we could institute a process that we could effectively and fairly staff. So that's just additional background for more a future conversation than particularly for the decision ahead of the board here. And it is your funding decision.
Thanks. Mark?
In the 6 years I've been on this board, I have I don't know what the high percentage of the time agreed with the staff recommendation because of what just was said around this room. They've done the homework, they've done the hard work, it's diverse, they've talked the pros and cons, they've really done the deep dive. And so, but I don't want folks out there to think that this board just rubber stamps either, because we haven't in the past. We haven't just rubber stamped the staff recommendation. We ask hard questions, and we do sometimes modify some things, and we have done that in the past. We've done some modifications. It sounds like Bruce has an idea here for a possible modification, but I just want folks to know that we don't rubber stamp. We do ask tough questions. We look for opportunities, and Courtney, you've mentioned that, like the Jefferson, I really like it when staff says, well, they fell below the funding line, but, we've talked to them about maybe you could go for an open solicitation, which is another form of funding. So you give them an out, or an opportunity, not an out, but an opportunity to say, oh, well, we're not dead. We can explore something else. So that's what I like, is when we can explore potential other options for good projects that fall below the funding line and fall below the staff recommendation. So generally, I'm going to support this unless I hear something different from what Bruce's motion is going to be. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Woody?
Yes, I was just kind of curious. It sounds like I'm hearing some folks thinking that their comments after the application was reviewed to have some valid points. So I was wondering if you might describe in the process whether you felt like it was a breakdown of process or maybe communication beforehand. So I know you can't predict what the technical review team's the outcomes are going to be, but you've probably got enough experience that some of these things maybe could be cut off before review happens, which is where I would think the focus on this could have the most effect. So I was wondering if you could explain to me whether you thought there was a lack of communication, the application was put in on a short timeline. Why were some of these things not looked at maybe before the review?
I'll start and invite Heidi to add. I think one observation, so this is the first cycle that Heidi and I have managed, the full CREP technical assistance grant cycle. It is a very long and dense application. It has not enjoyed our application streamlining process yet. And so there is a lot of information. There's a lot of opportunity to, add information, maybe not add information because it's such a long application. So we both are looking forward to rolling up our sleeves and streamlining the application. So as in any application process, information is either maybe missed or not provided and is in great detail by the applicant because they are, it's a long application, or, information could be missed by a review team in any application process. I will say I'm not really comfortable going back and forth and addressing each concern Ellen raised without, feeling like we might be here for another couple hours. I mean, I think she raises some concerns that are definitely legitimate, and I think there are some pieces that were in the application, and maybe we interpreted the information differently as applicant and reviewer.
Thank you.
Russ.
So the unintended consequences of making a decision, I highly value the quantifying outcomes and outputs line item. And we see those results and we present a lot of this information to the legislature, other partners, and I don't want to continue to tap into that as if it's not going to have a deleterious impact on the other work that you've committed to for the year. So I just want to say that I highly value that line item, and taking money out of it has impacts.
Thank you, and Ken and Audrey will be saying thank you later.
Mark Webb.
Are we obligated to make just one motion that addresses both things, or can we make a motion and make a decision about the recommendations about CREP TE awards, and then have the subsequent discussion and a motion or not about the stopgap funding? I feel like we're conflating them. We're not going to change the recommendations or the dollar values. So we would have to pull money from somewhere else. So it's a longer discussion. And I'd just like to get one thing done and then go on to the next.
We're all making procedural eyes at each other here. I would be concerned, Courtney, please weigh in as well. I would be concerned about splitting the decision about the partial funding off with the CREP TA funding in general, just because, I mean, I do think that if the board chose to partially fund Jefferson SWCD, we would need to have a separate conversation about spending line amendments that we might need to come back to you, or spending plan amendments, we might need to even come back to you after lunch. But the idea of splitting the partial funding from the rest of the funding body makes me a little nervous, because I think procedurally, it's a program. It's a programmatic funding decision. And I have that kind of creepy no man's land feeling when I think about switching those.
I disagree, but okay.
We can pursue it. If you guys want to structure a motion, then we can see what we can do, and we may just need to take
I would just go with the current motion, knowing that there's still another item of business related to this. Because whether we try to put it in, all of it in this one, or separate the issues, there will have to be a discussion about where it comes from. So that's what I was talking about. But I'm happy to do whatever, or willing, maybe not happy.
Okay, so I just, given what Mark just said, I kind of want to take the board's temperature here. If the rest of the board members need any additional information in order to vote, or if people are feeling comfortable voting now on the current motion, I will ask Bruce what his amendments to that motion are before we move forward with that, but I just want to take the temperature here.
I'm comfortable voting now on the original motion.
Agreed, same.
Okay, thank you. Bruce, what were I feel like we've built this up, like you have a lot of changes to the motion, and I feel like it's actually not really that, so
It's really not.
Okay.
The motion as, the recommended motion does not address, as we addressed in the earlier motions, PSF, MFC money and the other NRCS money, where that money's going. So.
Motion doesn't have the, are you saying the motion doesn't have the spending plan?
Yeah, and I think to be consistent, and also this, because it's kind of open-ended, we should say specifically where it goes. So what I would recommend, making the changes is to move the board approved receipt of the 200,000 from NRCS to add to the other legislative external partner, wherever it's supposed to go, with the correct language in there, period. And then I really don't like using the verb move right after we've used the verb move as a motion. It's confusing, and so we're actually reallocating 29,961 from the quantifying outcomes line item to the CREP TA line. Period. And then award funding to the 12 applications. So it tells us we're accepting the money, where we're putting the money, how we're taking some money from somewhere else and adding it to that money, and then we're giving that money away, all in the motion. Is that correct?
Courtney, does that create any concerns for you?
No, so it's fine. The money is going to the Technical Assistance CREP Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program line item.
Yep.
And then being expended from there.
That's line item 13 on our.
Correct.
But that's the one where it's going. So where the money's going, we're accepting it, telling us, we're telling it where it should go, and then adding to it from another line item. Correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, I'm looking at Stephanie too, because this is the point where I would normally make eye contact with Miriam Scherer, and she is out of the office. So, okay, Stephanie's nodding, which means I'm not getting us into trouble.
Well,
Okay,
yeah.
so.
The motion as written was a little too vague.
Yeah, I'm just checking for unintended consequences,
And-
So I'm gonna make it a little bit more complicated to go with Bruce's thing, to make it consistent with the other ones. So we are receiving $200,000. We are moving $532,000 to the CREP to line 13. That is the grant funds. The other funds, as discussed before, are the indirect and are not being moved to that line item. So we are accepting receipt of $200,000 from NRCS, period. We are moving $162,532 to line 13 of the spending plan to be expended in grants. We are moving $29,961 from quantifying outcomes to line 13 of the spending plan, and then asking you to award the grants in attachment B.
So moved.
We have approved two motions earlier today with similar language to what Courtney just did. I would like to take a moment to have that language written in the form of a motion that is consistent with the other motions we've done.
We take a break for
Would it
5
create
minutes?
a problem to actually bring the vote on this after lunch? We can put it on a slide. We can make sure that it's available after lunch and move through it quickly after lunch at that point? And just shift the vote? Nicole, is that okay from your perspective procedurally?
Yeah, that's okay. I definitely am like 99% there.
Okay. I think it would be helpful to be able to see it if. Defer to the co-chairs, and I see Jamie's hand is up as well.
I don't want to nitpick on the verbiage, but I think it is important to be
probably look at
consistent.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bruce. And then I'm going to take Jamie's question, and then I think we need to break for lunch, take a minute, give Nicole a second, and then come back after lunch.
Yeah, this is procedural, and I think Bruce's comments are well taken. And this, Mark may have been touching on this, but there's actually two very separate actions here. So I just ask that when we come back, we bifurcate the motion into two. Accepting money and placing it is one action, and then making a decision about how the money to be sent is a separate. And in my case, I would vote differently on the two. So I just ask that this be just broken into two separate motions. One is to accept the funds and place them in one bucket. And then I think Bruce's comments are well taken in terms of the language.
Yeah, let's come back at 10 to 1 so that we can have this conversation out.
Okay, we will see you at 12:50. Thank you.
Where's mine?
Hello, everyone. We're coming back from lunch now.
That was great positive disciplinary.
Coming
learning. This
coming
is
to
the time
from
when we go to lunch. This is the time when we come back from lunch. This is what we're doing. I learned that from our kids' preschool teacher. It works up until 13.
Roll your mat.
Roll your mat up. Nap time is over.
Clearly, it's still working for you.
It does sometimes work with adults.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Okay, we've got our folks online back, I see. So we are going to pick up with where we were at, okay, wrong glasses. With where we were at for agenda item E, the CREP TA grant awards.
Which is F on my page.
Oh.
Somebody else brought it up. It's E on the, F on the motions.
Oh, on the motions, okay, okay. Oh, it is, okay, I just noticed that, okay. All right, so I think where we were at, we had left off with, I'm just gonna recap for everybody, because it's been 30 minutes. So Bruce had some proposed language changes to the motion for clarification purposes, and I believe, Nicole, did you?
Yeah, I can share my screen so everyone can see the language.
Okay, that would be great, thank you, Nicole. And we'll take that, and then we had also had a request from Jamie to actually split the motion into two. So let's pull up your screen, Nicole, and see what we've got here. Yes, so, okay, so what Nicole has done is broken it into two separate motions. One for accepting the receipt of the funding and allocating it, and then the second motion awarding the funding to the 12 applications. Okay. So I think we're at a point where if you would like to, you can propose the motion. I will entertain the motion.
Co-chairs, I believe we need Mark Lampart present before we can vote.
Whoa.
Whoa, wait a minute.
He's napping, and I don't get to vote, so don't count me.
What do you mean, Mark?
I know.
Nicole's double checking. Thank you,
Yeah, we
Courtney.
need lab hard. Oh, no, Jamie, 8. Jamie's 8.
Oh, we didn't see her because she's on the screen.
She's on the screen.
Okay, just checking.
Thanks for keeping us on our toes. Always better to check.
How many people does it take to vote, to count?
And then guys, Jamie on the screen.
Thank God we're not changing a light bulb.
Thank you.
Okay.
Didn't want us to vote twice.
Thanks, Courtney. I appreciate that. Okay, go ahead, Bruce.
I move the board approve receipt of $200,000 from NRCS, add $162,532 to the board allocated funding section of the spending plan to the CRPTA line item, and reallocate $29,961 from the quantifying outcomes and outputs line item to the CREP TA line item.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, and also, just for the record, I also voted aye. I just didn't say it into the microphone, sorry. Okay. Next motion is, we have a second motion Would anyone like to? Okay.
You want it?
Liza Jane.
I move the board award funding to the 12 applications shown in attachment B with an award date of October 28, 2025.
Second.
Okay. It's been proposed by Liza Jane and seconded by Bruce. Any comments, questions, discussion?
Is Grant County included in? Yeah, so I have the potential, if not an actual conflict of interest, perhaps. I don't know. But I have.
Do you, or your,
Made a CREP application in SWCD, has sent the person out, and NRCS is a part of that. It's not clear to me that there is actually a legal conflict of interest, either possible, potential, or actual, but just being careful.
Do the grant funds being awarded cover work that's taking place on your property?
They might. That's what I don't
Yeah, we
know.
don't.
so the CREP TA funds are for the technical assistance to go out and meet with the landowner, but it doesn't actually cover the work that would be done on your property.
So I'm looking at, you listed cultural surveys, and my property's waiting for a cultural survey.
That,
Go ahead.
but that money, so your land would benefit, the money would not go to you personally.
Okay, yeah, so, all right.
But I'm gonna leave it to the director to make a final.
Yeah, I think it's a helpful item of transparency. I think, actually, there's a conflict of interest versus personal interest and bias policy that the review teams use that I think it would be helpful to daylight for the board, just so we can have some greater clarity around. Conflict of interest is a very narrow legal term. I think we're not concerned about that in this case. It looks like, proceed with the vote. In any case, disclosing it is plenty. I think a lot of what comes up at this table along those lines is, I've got a relationship with this. It's a potential source of bias. And I appreciate members flagging that, but I think we can provide some draft policy in a future meeting that can help us make sure that we're clear with you guys about expectations and what words describe those different situations well.
Okay.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. I see Jamie's hand up as well.
Yeah, two things. One, Mark, really appreciate you daylighting that. That's the kind of thing I've talked about before. I think it's important. I also, procedurally, I think if you want the option, I think if you abstain, you're still participating in the vote. So we've got the 8 voting, and then it would just need a majority to get over the hump. So that might be an option. But the comment I was going to make is that, yeah, I'll be voting no. Obviously, I want to fund all the great work being done by these other organizations, but I do think that the Jefferson County SWCD made a compelling argument, and especially for the. And I appreciate staff's comment about not partially funding, but I think they made a clear argument for what that limited funding would be for. And so I will not be supporting the motion because in my view, I think we should have added those resources given multiple challenges in Central Oregon this year. Thanks.
Okay, any additional?
I have a question.
Yes, Liza Jane.
Mark brought it up. So if I'm receiving program money from NRCS, I have no idea where that comes from. I don't even think it's coming. But
That's why mine's on hold.
right.
Yeah, if we start declaring
I know.
every time people get federal funding, we're gonna be here. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Liza Jane, but I'm not concerned about it unless you are.
I'm not, I don't even think I'm gonna get it.
Okay, do you have a question? Okay. Okay, so we've had a motion. It's been seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Signify by, yep. Any abstentions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And I believe I'm going to kick it over to Lindsay. the next agenda item.
Thank you. Okay, moving through the agenda, we are at item F, which is the FIP Cohort 2 Clackamas update, page 38 of your board book. I'll turn it over to Denise and our partners.
Good afternoon, co-chairs and members of the board. My name is Denise Hoffert, and I am one of OWEB's partnerships coordinators. And I'm really pleased to be at the table here with representatives from the Clackamas Basin Partnership, who have been implementing the Focused Investment Partnership Aquatic Habitat for Native Fish Species, OWEB Ecological Priority, with their partners since 2019. Their presentation will circle back to several themes that Co-Chair Coates talked about in her opening remarks, primarily the importance of storytelling in this work that we do to restore our watersheds and the time that it takes to bring projects from idea to implementation. And I really want to just celebrate this work that the partners have been doing. This is one of the partnerships I've been supporting since I started at OWEB, and I'm just really pleased to be able to celebrate with you the work that they've done and the communities that they support. So take it away, Mary and Neil.
Thank you, Denise. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mary Legaubo. I'm the chair of the Clackamas Partnership. The great pleasure of being to work with your staff, especially Denise. And I'm here with my colleague, Neil Schulman, who's the executive director of the North Clackamas Watershed Councils and a core member of the Clackamas Partnership. I'm going to try to kick off my slideshow here. Everybody see that okay? Great. So first and foremost, I want to thank OWEB for the support you provided our partnership. It's been pivotal and elemental in our success, and I'm happy to share with you how we've leveraged that funding to go far beyond our FIP projects. And today we're going to share the results of a strong and growing partnership that's celebrating over 10 years of working together, exceeding our ecological goals and reviewing promising monitoring results, engaging with diverse communities, and expanding our capacity. Trying to click, it's not going for, oh boy, okay, there we go. So first and foremost, I want to share out that our projects are fish approved. The Clackamas Partnership work is centered on restoring habitat for the Clackamas population. I'm trying to show a video, but I don't know if it's gonna work for us. Let's try it. It's a little choppy, but you can kind of get the picture there. We're thrilled to witness firsthand approval of our projects by these species, showing that if we build it, or in this case, open it, they will come. We hope you enjoy this video of a steelhead entering a side channel on the BB Island side project within hours of it being opened. Thank you to Matt Kuzer of Biohabitats for supplying this video. Try to click. Sorry about that. Little slow. I'm also happy to share the positive Clackamas fish population trends and accomplishments within our partnership's geography. Please see the PGE furnished chart, bypass juvenile counts through their project since 2010 with robust trends for Chinook and coho. PGE has a system to bypass juvenile wild origin, aka native fish, to guide them safely past dams instead of through turbines. This graphic really showcases that Clackamas is a stronghold for coho and Chinook, and showcases that the unwavering need to continue to provide quality fish habitat, passage, and increase climate resilience for these species. This graphic showcases our success of exceeding all of our objective targets, save one, all centered on limiting factors that these species need to thrive. As of last summer, we were only missing the large wood place to restore aquatic habitat complexity to meet our target, but now I'm happy to share we've exceeded that goal as well as the others, and will continue as we wrap up our 4 remaining projects. We've heavily leveraged the OWEB resources provided. Thus far, we can report out over $5 million leverage from 40 different funders, including local, state, federal, nonprofit, and tribal partners. This includes a $3.4 million grant from NOAA Fisheries. At the time of the application, our partnership anticipated $7.3 million in leverage, and now we anticipate to exceed our initial goal by another $1.4 million for a total of $8.7 million, with a full spend down of our original award and an ongoing trend of providing over 1-to-1 leverage. In addition to all these great on-the-ground impacts and dollars going onto the ground, there's an economic impact that far extends that range. Combined, our projects have infused $8.7 million into economic impact and created approximately 127 restoration jobs. We've also partnered with workforce development groups that have sought to engage diverse youth and adults in the environmental fields, including Soul River Inc., an ant farm pictured on the lower left, enjoying an educational float on the Clackamas River and taking a break on the FIP BB Island project.
And thank you again. I'm Neil Schulman. This is really a quick overview of our partnership. There are more partners than we can name here. There's 15 different organizations, the Warm Springs Tribes, 4 different watershed councils. A couple of the things that I would highlight that's really made the partnership effective is, I would say this partnership brought the 4 watershed councils from what I would describe as parallel play, where we were all doing similar things in our watersheds separately, to actually collaboration, setting priorities together, figuring out governance, raising money together, and also building our capacity together. When we started the partnership, 2 of the councils did not have restoration managers or project managers on staff. We were relying on consultants to do that. We were able to bring that capacity in-house, and that meant that we were really able to queue up a lot of projects. We're now in a position where we have our next rounds of projects queued up, and it's been a really robust partnership as a result. We all play different roles. CRBC is the overall FIP administrator. We manage Project Tracker. Johnson Creek Watershed Council manages the monitoring. Greater Oregon City Watershed Council is managing the technical assistance as we update our strategic action plan. So we all have skin in the game. We all play different roles, kind of supporting the collaboration. And go ahead. And there's a couple of things on this slide, but really, again, a lot of it is based on the LCR plan that led to the development of the watershed restoration plan for native fish populations in 2018 that launched the partnership. That's in the middle slide. And we are now kind of rolling right into the update of where are we in 2025 on what do we need to do next. One of the components of that we've had a huge amount of success with is something called the Lower Willamette Confluence Strategy, where we have really tried to really restore all of the lower Willamette confluences that are obviously critical locations for fish populations, both with the LCR populations and the upper Willamette salmonids. And we are in a position where that could actually all be done by 2030 if the chips fall the right way. And that's a huge accomplishment. Go ahead. This is just a quick slide, set of where our projects are, both projects that are either in design or or constructed already. Our geography includes obviously the Clackamas Basin, but also the portions of the lower Willamette that are essential for the Clackamas fish population. So that includes the lower Willamette, basically from the mouth of the Clackamas to the mouth of Johnson Creek, and the Kellogg, Mount Scott, Johnson Creek, River Forest, Rynearson, Boardman, and Abernathy watersheds, and maybe I can say that a little faster, and this is all managed through Project Tracker, which I believe you probably may remember from our initial application, which is a pretty sophisticated tool for tracking projects and metrics and funding, as well as a public-facing website where people can look up projects and things like that. And now we're going to dive into a couple of just specific project highlights. So this was a project that we implemented last summer on the Willamette at the confluence of Willamette and River Forest Creek. So again, all of these Willamette tributary confluences are essential rearing habitat for both the Clackamas fish population and the upper Willamette stocks. And in this case, we were basically taking an oversimplified confluence and creating both logjam structures and pools and rock wares that would encourage future pool formation. And the important thing about this, in addition to the obviously it's critical habitat for a variety of species, was, and I think this is typical of most of our projects, OWEB was one of 5 funders and contributed basically about 35% of the project cost. So we're able to bring in funding from a lot of sources, and that's kind of part of the leverage that that Mary mentioned earlier.
Okay, our next highlight is the Austin Hot Springs project. And this was delivered in direct partnership with the landowners and also partial funders, the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs. This project sought out multiple objectives across nearly a mile of the Clackamas main stem, reconnecting and restoring the function of a major side channel, which has happened, yay. Restoring historical habitat that's been damaged by human impacts in the main stem Clackamas River, and in partnership with that, this well-loved site is also decreasing trespassing by the visitors and educating those that visit about restoration and how to respectfully engage with the site. We've also restored riparian habitat, replanting 20,000 native plants across 7 acres. And I'll have to say that while we've had a few folks that aren't super supportive of this site, people have been overwhelmingly supportive of the project and respectful of the newly restored planted area. For the Clear Creek project, this was delivered in close partnership, direct partnership with Metro, a core partner of the partnership, as well as a funder of the work. This particular beautiful natural area includes 686 acres, and this project in particular spanned 3.5 miles of Clear Creek. Clear Creek is a large tributary that supports relatively abundant salmon populations of coho and the lower Columbia Basin, including the most significant run of Lake Coho salmon in the lower Columbia. Restoration work included riparian, floodplain, and stream complexity wood, large slash, and builds off of previous projects that have been completed by PGE, CRBC, and Metro. Okay, I'm going to attempt another video for this next slide, but I know I'm not going to bother with the sound because I think it's going to be a little too choppy, but I'm just going to show it and share later that we'll share a link to the video. First off, we worked with a wide array of community partners to engage diverse audiences, including the Vive Northwest video produced that I was hoping to share with you here. And this video in particular was produced in Spanish, will help us better reach and engage with Spanish-speaking communities, in addition to having this video series in Spanish that highlights our projects. We've been able to partner with Vive Northwest and engage them in the work. We're also working to restore cultural connections to our sites, and we have partnered with an Indigenous artist, Bobby Mercier, member of the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde, to restore traditional artwork that was historically found throughout the Clackamas Basin. Finally, we've also worked with hundreds of high school students, both in the classroom through virtual reality headset tours of the watershed and on-site stewardship events, salmon carcass tossing, and more.
And this is a lot of information on a relatively small screen, but this is really looking at the Clackamas fish populations in relation to delisting scenarios. And the critical thing that we want to hit here is that we seem to basically, for the last at least 3 to 4 years, in one case, in the case of coho, and longer than that in spring Chinook, seem to have reached that threshold, which is great news. There are obviously things we still need to work on, and we are obviously fully aware that the full impacts of climate change have not been felt yet. So there is definitely work still to be done. But that obviously is that is what we are shooting for, and it's been working. and we intend to keep doing it. In the case of fall Chinook and winter steelhead, where we are obviously not at that delisting scenario, and we lean pretty heavily on folks from ODFW and PGE to sort this out. What we think is going on with fall Chinook is that they seem to be coming back earlier, and they seem to be coming back earlier and hitting warmer water. And as a result of that, we really need to double down on the restoration of cold water refugia, the removal of some fish passage barriers, the complexity of that particular habitat, and the restoration of hypoaric flow where we can get it to cool that water. The situation with steelhead seems to be more linked to ocean conditions. What we are hearing is their needs in the ocean are different than the needs of the other species, and they have been hit by the blob. So that seems to be impacting their returns probably more than in-stream conditions. A couple of things about lessons learned, and these are both challenges and some of them weren't challenging, but or a little bit of double-edged swords here. The 2020 fires definitely had a major impact on some of our projects. Some of them had to be moved, some of them had to be delayed. We were able to get some salvaged wood from those fires for some projects, which was obviously an advantage. The other challenge that we are still experiencing related to those fires, it has really driven up our re-veg costs significantly. We're seeing about a 25% year-to-year increase in revegetation in plant stock costs between all the nurseries that were impacted by the fires and all of the plants that are going to the restoration of those areas. So there's a huge demand, and that's hitting our budgets a little bit. Inflation obviously has hit us across the board, and that is not going to be news to any of you, but it continues to be a thing. And that is actually tied in with permitting timelines, and there's a bunch of things going on here. One of them is that permitting has been taking a lot longer. Between Section 106 is part of it, but not all of it. But we've come to the conclusion, with our council's projects, we can no longer do a 2-year design permitting construction cycle because permitting basically takes the better part of a year. That also drives inflation because it's another year of cost, and it drives just the ability to get projects on the ground quickly. The government shutdown is not going to end. The government layoffs are probably not going to help. And we are definitely watching very carefully shutdowns. And we have 3 projects that are scheduled for construction in the in-water work period next summer. And we're starting to get a little nervous, and we are in pretty regular communication with our delegation about that. But until the shutdown ends, there's really nothing that can happen. So permitting timelines are continuing to both kind of drive both the timing and the inflation. We have a lot of sites that are really heavy in publicly used, and that is great. It is a huge opportunity for education because most people don't know why we're putting logs in streams or what fish habitat really should be or what a healthy stream really looks like. And this is an opportunity to interact with them and help get that message across. It is also a project management challenge because it is amazing how many people will walk past a giant sign and a giant moving excavator to get to a beach. And I'm sure there was no alcohol involved at all. But it does mean a lot of people management, a lot of security issues at some of our projects. And that is also just an added complexity along with an opportunity. On the monitoring side, we have been increasing a lot of our pre-project monitoring to include species of new concern, pond turtles, ridged mussels, Oregon floaters, or Oregon pearl shells. That allows us to do habitat uplift for multiple species. Obviously, 2 of those species we know are coming down the pike as far as ESA, but it also adds a process and complexity and consultation to the design process. So those are all things we just have to kind of navigate on a day-by-day basis. And as we look forward, we just kind of have to start to kind of bake those into what we learned over the last 3 biennium.
We're currently working on updating our strategic action plan to respond to climate change challenges and integrate new tribal and underserved community partner inputs and perspectives. We're happy to be integrating cutting-edge temperature monitoring and modeling data to help us prioritize restoration efforts and locations moving forward. Our partnership will be strengthened by further diversifying our membership and centering on climate resilience. And finally, thank you so very much for your time and for your support.
And we're going to show you one more video of our favorite new game that we hope you'll join us for. We call it Industrial Size Lawn Darts. This is from the Upper Abernathy Large Wood Project. And it can it's a little pixelated, but watch that log that is going to about to become a piling for a wood habitat structure.
Slowly.
Do not try this at home.
Yeah, it's building the tension. There we go.
Can you tell me if you're gonna do that at my house?
We're doing this in
Be
the
elsewhere
backyard
that
of
day.
Eagle Creek.
The winds are blowing, careful.
Yeah.
I just keep thinking of the person filming it right there.
Okay, we're getting there.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, that worked.
This innovative technique was proven successful for ballast wood. Big.
Impressive.
I don't know. 20, yeah. There's, if you look at that first picture, you can kind of get the.
I'd like to go fence that way.
There you go.
I think that we should give them a round of applause.
Thank you for a great presentation, and those videos were fantastic. It's really great to see videos, and they were maybe a little pixelated, but I thought they came through really great. So thanks for a great presentation, and just congratulations on your strong partnership as well. So I'll turn it over to Kelly for the first question, but if folks have questions or comments, go ahead, Kelly.
I want to hear more about the salmon carcass toss you did, because
Yeah.
I've not participated in one of those.
If you want to join us, you can. Our education staff work with a subset of schools every year to do some salmon carcass tossing into the Clackamas in partnership with some place-based restoration education. So yeah, we've worked with a number of different schools in the watershed to bring them out and give them kind of hands-on experience with what, and talk to the students about the need to return the nutrients back to the stream, and about the salmon life cycle, et cetera. So I'll give Dakota your contact information if you're interested. Come join us. The kids love it. We do evaluations of all of our educational programming, and they absolutely love them.
I would too, thank you.
We're trying to get it into the next Summer Olympics.
We'll go to Russ and then Dan.
Sounds kind of fishy to me. So I also live in the Clackamas watershed. I'm above the Foster floodplain and the Mount Scott Johnson Creek area, and I've been impressed to hear that your staff and the Johnson Creek watershed are actually focusing on the temperature issues, have identified open spaces in those geographies that have been inundated with blackberry and hawthorn, and aggressively designing plans to reach out in a very effective manner with neighbors to try to get them to partner and allow the open spaces adjoining their properties to be part of the projects. But the outreach is extraordinary, and just hats off to you for the techniques that you're using to reach out to the community. And also 82nd, you have homeless issues that you didn't even get into, but.
Yeah, that is part of, I kind of glossed over / forgot to mention that. That is definitely part of the dynamic with public use of these natural areas. And it's obviously a very thorny issue, and will continue to be for a while. And I think one of the parts of the dynamics in some of our watersheds with those landowners is just the land use pattern in a lot of those watersheds is that there's a lot of small parcels, so that hands-on, like we share a staff person with Greater Oregon City Watershed Council. That was kind of one of the other side effects of this partnership, was that we were able to do that. And we just spend a ton of time going door to door to say, okay, here's what we're doing, because to assemble contiguous properties for re-veg along in kind of that kind of landscape, that's what it takes. And it's very relationship intensive, as you all know. Yeah.
And one shout out to a nonprofit that's been amazing at helping us work with campers that are on site is Love One. They will go out and work with folks that are camping and help connect them with services, and they've just been phenomenal to work with. So.
Thank you. Dan.
Hey, thank you for your work. I mean, it's just amazing. And, you guys are the boots on the ground getting the great work of OWEB done. And you did just kind of address my curiosity by saying that you have a shared staff person, but I was really encouraged to hear that the multiple watershed councils are kind of working together. And that was going to be my question, was sort of how has that led to more shared resources? I mean, you mentioned one platform, that project tracker. I didn't know if multiple watersheds were able to access that through a single license, or you did mention the shared staff person. I didn't know if you could just talk a little bit more about that and whether or not there's lessons learned there in and of itself in terms of, watershed councils working on similar things to be able to leverage resources together.
Yeah, when I started with the North Clackamas Watershed Council in 2018, and just as shortly before the FIP was getting going, and I would say the relationship between the four councils was we would share ideas. How are you doing this? How are we doing this? Oh, maybe we could do it better. But it was really the FIP that really made us sit down together and say, oh, okay, can we do a project together? That's one thing I didn't mention, is really the Johnson Creek, Milwaukee Bay large wood project that was just finished this in-water work period. Was we have two watersheds that's where our two watershed council territories meet we have two creeks that empty into the same part. One of them is in our territory, the other one's in Johnson Creek. Well, the fish obviously don't pay a whole lot of attention to those boundaries. So let's do this project together. The other thing that I think really brought us together was really the process of prioritizing our projects and saying, okay, what do we want to do in this next biennium work plan? Whose needs does it meet? How do we make sure that that is something that helps build the capacity of the smaller watershed councils, as well as get good work on the ground? And then the other thing that we were really able to do together was that we sat down and wrote a $3.4 million NOAA fisheries grant to leverage the work that we'd been able to do because of OWEB. And then we were able to go into this NOAA fisheries application with obviously a ton of match and a track record. And Carrie Robinson came out from DC and toured some of our projects a couple of years ago. And as far as sharing the staff person that we share with Greater Oregon City Watershed Council, it's kind of a win-win. We both had enough money for a half-time staff person. Retaining two half-time staff people instead of one full-time person is kind of a no-brainer from just a staff retention point of things. And then what we found out when we really started getting into it was there's subtle differences in our watersheds and our constituencies, and we have one person who knows all the techniques that work with all of them. So what might work in our watersheds where we have a lot of dense land use and relatively high percentage of Latino and Asian populations is something that Greater Oregon City can then run with, and we can then run with the work that they're doing around lamprey, and we've really both benefited from that. I think the lesson that we learned in creating that system was really to think ahead and not just to kind of say, all right, we're going to share a staff person. You got half the money, we got half the money, let's go. But to really getting both our two EDs, but our two boards together and say, how is this going to work? How do we think through all the weird things that could happen, all the HR stuff? That took a while, but it's worked really well.
That's great. Really encouraging to hear that, and I think it's a big part of the success.
I definitely agree with that, yeah.
Great. Thank you guys so much for your time and presentation. Thank you. Sure, yeah.
Could you speak to the permitting challenges? So state or federal or state and federal agencies permitting? Is it a reduction, not having the capacity, or has the complexity of the permitting process itself increased? And one reason I ask about these projects are complex, but they're relatively straightforward anymore. And it'd be nice to know why you might think it's gotten to take so long. It's hard to believe it takes 2 years to figure that out, to let you go.
About a year, but yeah, the main reason is backlog.
Okay.
So, for instance, with our projects in the NOAA Fisheries Grant, NOAA is a federal nexus, as well as we have the Corps, and the JPA as well. But NOAA is really backlogged on Section 106, and they have basically said, expect that to take a year. So we have been in the queue well before the shutdown for one of our projects, and they just did not have enough staff to start to move those. They obviously got a lot of projects moving during the infrastructure pulse of projects, so they got further backlogged. And then we also have a lot of complexity with Clackamas County. Like that is another permitting entity. Yeah.
Permitting process.
Yeah. So we have to do no rise for all projects, So I see Denise probably has some thoughts here, but it's really just the backlog on the staff to review side.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Mary.
I was just going to mention in regard to the no rise issue, that some of our projects are trying to, in effect, raise and move water around. So that one in particular causes us to maybe go back to the drawing board or have to go back and forth with the permitting agency and the engineers. So that is one that makes it less straightforward, I would say.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I just want to say permitting challenges aren't unique to the projects being implemented in the Clackamas. This is something we hear from our partners from all across the state. It's been an issue for many, many years. It's not something entirely new. I will say that the permitting landscape has gotten more complex with many of these projects requiring, 10 or more approvals, state, local, federal, and some of that has been a result of decoupling of processes that used to go through one entity, now no longer providing that the decoupling is there. So now you have to get a separate approval from each of those sources. And so when you get feedback from those, it doesn't always line up. So you have to make changes to a design based on feedback from one entity, and then another one says, well, hang on, I want to see this change. And sometimes those things are in conflict with one another. Permitting is incredibly complex. We don't have time to talk about all the nuances of that today. It's definitely something, if you're interested in talking more about, I'd be happy to tonight.
Well, the reason I bring it up, and it is, I appreciate what you just shared, but particularly say, given Governor Kotek's climate resiliency push, there are just a number of roadblocks in the way that might have made sense in the past, but they don't make as much sense to me nowadays. And just having multiple agencies looking at the same thing with slightly different jurisdictions that increases the timeline is the sort of thing I would think state or feds or both would want to really see about fixing. And I just wanted to hear that that's part of the issue.
Agreed. And it's also not something that's OWEB's lane. So we'll have time for Mark Labhart, and then we'll have to move on to our next agenda item.
Okay, I'll start off with just an apology. I made the mistake of returning a phone call, so sorry for my tardiness in getting here. So I'll learn a lesson from that. And Mark, actually, ask the question about permitting that I had. So thank you. Appreciate you coming all the way up here.
My pleasure.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for your time and your presentation. We will move into agenda item G, which is the Monitoring 101, Board Book, page 40, and we'll have Courtney and Ken provide that presentation.
Big water.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. For the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager.
Good afternoon, co-chairs, members of the board. My name is Ken Fetcho, and I am OWEB's Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator and Tribal Liaison.
So this is going to be a fun presentation and really fun to come behind the amazing work of the Clackamas partnership. This is a modified version of our presentation we gave to the Tracking and Communicating Outcomes Committee a few months ago, and really excited to just spend a little bit of time talking about our monitoring programs today. You will definitely see as we walk through the presentation, those that were at the TAC committee, this is a little heavier on the open solicitation because we are in the middle of that cycle right now, and just wanted to give a little bit of highlights for some of that work. We have definitely carved out time for questions and discussion at the end, so please jot down your questions as we go today. We definitely knew we were following a fit partnership and are not using our entire amount of time, and making sure that there was time for them to speak and engage with you, and time for you to have questions with us. Most of the programs we're going to talk about are lottery funded. Most of our monitoring programs are lottery funded. We do give some Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery funds to Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife so that they can do some monitoring. And as you took action earlier today, we do receive some funds from the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission to support IMW monitoring in the John Day. Bruce brought this up earlier today, but essentially our technical assistance engagement, and right now as we're talking about monitoring, needs to be in support of those things in the green box: acquiring from willing landowners interests in land, carrying out projects to protect or restore fish and wildlife, and carrying out projects to, protect or restore natural watershed functions, and to improve water quality or stream flow. So that's really something Ken and I think about a lot. Our review teams think about a lot to make sure that our monitoring is in support of those actions. This is just a really fun, again, Linda created communication tool that we've been using to just talk about how monitoring is really spread out across OWEB's grant programs. So our 25-27 board adopted spending plan breaks our funding down amongst categories. We have monitoring that falls within the open solicitation. We have monitoring in the quantifying conservation outputs and outcomes, and our focus investment FIP effectiveness monitoring. And together those categories equal 6.1 million, or 4.6% of our spending plan. But we also have monitoring funding distributed throughout our FIPs, just as we heard from the Clackamas partnership. We have monitoring funding in the SIA program, which is captured in the engagement grants. So really monitoring is trickled throughout of our spending plan and more than 4.5%. And our monitoring investments are really working to answer big picture questions across the state, from our state and federal partners and local partners. Things like informing NOAA's 5-year status review of salmon, how our CREP projects are doing, and how CREP techs are working with landowners to adjust things before re-enrollment. Do tide gates function as designed and intended after installed? And really for adaptive management in our FIPs, just like we heard from the Clackamas partnership. This is just a snapshot of how we have invested when some of our different monitoring programs started, the number of grants, and the current amount of investments. And we're going to now spend some time just talking a little bit about each of these different areas and some project examples that fall within each of them. And I'll turn it over to Ken.
Thanks, Courtney. So again, for the record, my name is Ken Fetcho. I am OWEB's monitoring coordinator. And I work closely with Courtney and Audrey Hatch, who's also joining us virtually, to help coordinate OWEB's monitoring grant programs. And I also help administer some of the grants that are funded through these different grant programs that you see in the table listed here. And so, as Courtney said, we're going to walk you through some of these different grant programs, how we support monitoring in Oregon. And I'll be starting with open solicitation, which is by far the grant program where we fund the majority of our monitoring grants to date. Next slide. The open solicitation monitoring grant program is just an example of when we use that term OWEB responsive grant making, where once a year we invite applicants to submit monitoring applications to us to meet their monitoring needs. And the intent of the open solicitation monitoring grant program is to provide funding to help our grantees to describe watershed conditions, identify status and trends related to habitat, fish, and wildlife populations, and also sort of document those water quality and water quantity trends and status of those conditions. Funds can also be used to determine if restoration projects are meeting their physical, biological, and ecological objectives. And all that information is meant to feed into the adaptive management cycle by incorporating new knowledge into scoping, designing, and implementing eligible restoration acquisition projects. So OWEB has been funding open solicitation monitoring grants since 1997. We have funded a total of 547 open solicitation monitoring grants. 489 of those have been completed. And when we pulled the data from the OGMAS database, there were 76 open grants that are currently in progress that were awarded through this grant offering. And so this map will be showing you guys a series of these maps for each of the grant programs. So the dark symbols are those that have been completed, and those that are hollow or open are the open grants. And it's just important to note that we're only identifying a single point for each grant that's been awarded, but typically monitors are occurring at several locations in their watershed. And then finally, you'll just see that there's a good distribution. So we're funding monitoring projects, a variety of habitats across the state and across all 6 OWEB regions. Next slide, please. So I'll walk you guys through this slide. So since 2015, over the last 10 years, we have received between 20 to 35 applications per year. And in general, we are able to we have available funds to fund about half of those applications that are submitted. This graph is showing that the total amount requested each cycle varies quite a bit. And in general, we have seen a request in total amount increase from 2019 to 2025, and that's indicated by those bluish green bars. The orange bars are showing the amount of OWEB's funds that we have awarded in monitoring grants each year, and that amount has sort of steadily increased from 2016 to present. This summer, when we received monitoring applications, we received 34 applications that requested $7.2 million. So we can see in that blue bar in 2025, we saw in 1 year a doubling in our request. And this year we have, in this biennium, in 2025 and 2026, we have approximately $2.5 million per year to award monitoring grants. And you will see that there's no orange bar there because these applications are still being reviewed. And in January, next meeting, you guys will award monitoring grants. So we'll have an orange bar then. But one thing you'll notice by the blue line, it's okay. One thing you'll notice by that blue line, and that blue line is just showing the average amount per application. And you can also see that has markedly increased since 2021 as well. And there's, probably a variety of reasons. So Bruce, later on, maybe you want to ask me a question. I can give you some thoughts on that. This next graph describes the who is monitoring for, or who is applying for OWEB's monitoring funds. And again, so in this year, we received 34 applications. Half of those were submitted by watershed councils, and that's a pretty common theme we see where the majority applicant type is our watershed councils each year. And then the next category there, corporation or partnership, that is a broad category for grantee type in our database. And that includes non-governmental organizations such as Trout Unlimited, the Institute for Applied Ecology, and also the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership. They sort of fall in that category. And you'll see that they submitted 9 applications this cycle. SWCD submitted 5. And then there were 3 universities that submitted applications this year. We had one coming from Southern Oregon University, one through Portland State University, and another through Oregon State University. Finally, or one thing to note is that no tribes applied for monitoring funds through the open solicitation this year. However, tribes are key partners on several applications that were submitted this year, and they have applied for and received monitoring grants through this offering in the past. Finally, 3 of the tribal project development grants that have been awarded this year have proposed monitoring the effects of stream restoration actions intended to benefit salmon and steelhead. And so that just tells me that tribes continue to be strategic on really pursuing specific OWEB grant programs based on their goals and objectives. Next slide. So each year, monitoring applicants are proposing to monitor a broad range of habitats and parameters to better understand their watershed conditions. And so this graph illustrates, what the applicants are proposing to monitor and the corresponding number of applicants that were submitted this year in open solicitation. So this graph just really emphasizes that we are supporting monitoring in a variety of habitats and really sort of this concept of from ridgetop to ridgetop. We can see that the majority of the applications are proposing to monitor water quality and water quantity, and that water quantity includes stream flow and groundwater conditions. And what we've seen repeatedly is that water temperature is the most common parameter that our applicants are proposing to monitor. And that makes sense because a lot of the work they're doing are in support of salmon and steelhead, which is a cold water species that really is, impacted by warmer water temperatures. And so this round, though, we did see an uptick in applications that are monitoring in wetlands and upland habitats. And this data that results from all of these projects, as Courtney mentioned, is really helping support local, state, tribal, and federal priorities. So I hand it back to Courtney.
So the next few slides, we're gonna give you a quick tour around our state to demonstrate, again, the variety of monitoring that's happening, ridgetop to ridgetop. And just like for open solicitation, where the applications are going region by region, review teams are reviewing them, voting on them, funded, do not fund, and then ranking them within the region. When we switched to the Oregon Plan monitoring team being a statewide team, we didn't want to lose that statewide perspective of monitoring, that ridgetop to ridgetop approach. And so the way Ken and I run the review team is we review the applications by region, discuss them, and rank them within region so that we're ensuring that we're still distributing our monitoring funds across the state, and really putting an emphasis on that value of, monitoring uplands and forests as well as, our coastal communities.
Right, so next slide, please. So I'm going to be showing you guys one example of a monitoring grant that's currently being funded through open solicitation, one per region. But just know that there are several grants in each region, and it's hard to give a representative. There's always all these unique habitats in each region, and so there's just a variety of these projects that are happening. Like we said, there's currently 76 open monitoring grants across the state. And I'll be sharing with you 6. So the first one in Region 1 that I'll be highlighting is a monitoring grant that we provided to the North Coast Watershed Association in 2022 for them to hire a contractor to conduct rapid bioassessment and limiting factors analysis across 332 stream miles throughout the combined watersheds of the Nicanicum Watershed Council and the North Coast Watershed Association. So they're partnering together on this project. This project is wrapping up this year, and they've collected essential data to answer their monitoring questions to really understand where juvenile coho abundance and distribution exists, and also how that overlays with different watershed conditions that may serve as limiting factors for salmonids. And so the goal is to use that information to develop an approach to identify and implement restoration actions that address these limiting factors. Next slide. So some grants that we fund are long-term monitoring or continuations. And so in some cases, applicants have successfully applied for and received funding over several cycles to meet their long-term monitoring needs. So a great example of a long-term monitoring project that builds on previous years of monitoring is the Partnership for Umpqua Rivers, Umpqua Basin Collaborative Monitoring Project that we again funded last year. So PER, as they're known, routinely applies for 2-year status and trend monitoring grants that have allowed them to collect water quality data across the entire Umpqua Basin in a thoughtful and coordinated approach. This monitoring is helping them answer their monitoring questions to understand what the water quality conditions are in this large watershed. This monitoring has been instrumental in really identifying areas of concern to help local partners, including themselves, prioritize streams for restoration, enabling practitioners to make informed decisions and allocate resources effectively. In addition, the data they're collecting is shared with the Department of Environmental Quality and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and that information has informed state decisions to help list impaired water bodies and locate cold water refugia in the Umpqua Basin. Next slide. So the example in Region 3 that I'm going to share is indicative of grants that are submitted to address a local partnership and organization's discrete questions around effectiveness of restoration actions. And so last year, you guys funded the Longtom Watershed Council to implement really sort of a unique, this is the first time we've funded a monitoring project like this that brings together Western scientific and indigenous knowledge to systems to develop a fire effects monitoring framework that will help improve burning strategies in the Willamette Valley with the goals of understanding how prescribed burning is affecting ecological diversity and supporting tribal priorities associated with cultural burning. Next slide. So Region 4, in 2023, the board awarded a monitoring grant to the Fort Rock Silver Lake SWCD to answer their questions to understand how the vegetation responds to efforts that are implemented after the 2020 Bratton Fire. So their monitoring approach is integrating on the ground and remote sensing techniques to monitor at multiple scales to produce relevant and timely information to evaluate the effects of aerial seeding success and compare that to how vegetation comes back naturally where no seeding efforts occurred. This information will inform cost-effective post-fire restoration methods and deliver outreach tools for land management agencies and producers. And as a side note, the restoration actions they're monitoring were funded through OWEB's 2020 Post-Wildfire Recovery Grant Program. So Region 5, we're talking about Grand Ronde Model Watershed again. The example here is another one of those long-term monitoring projects where the grantee, in this case, the Grand Ronde Model Watershed, is seeking OWEB funds every 2 years to operate 12 streamflow gauges in the Grand Ronde and Unaha basins. Grand Ronde Model Watershed has been successful in receiving OWEB funds since 2007, and they are seeking to understand how much water is in their priority streams, and that information is then used to inform future water management and restoration efforts. And this long-term data collection really serves as a foundation for making informed decisions for future projects. Real-time and completed streamflow data sets are available for download on the Oregon Water Resources Department website and are critical for informing management actions commonly implemented in the Grand Ronde Basin. All right, so Region 6. The last example I'm going to share is another effectiveness monitoring project submitted by a local organization to OWEB to answer their monitoring questions. So this grant was awarded to the South Fork John Day Watershed Council in 2021, and it's helping local partners work with leaders in freshwater mussel conservation efforts to build on a larger body of work. They are seeking to understand how well freshwater mussel mitigation measures worked and the impacts of stream restoration actions to freshwater mussels, fish habitat, and to steelhead in Murderers Creek, which is a tributary of the South Fork John Day River. This work is well related to some of the efforts that we learned about last year when the Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation presented at an all-staff meeting, where they were really trying to draw our attention to the inadvertent impacts from stream restoration to freshwater mussels. And so information from this project will be shared to help inform future best management practices for restoration planning and implementation to minimize those impacts to freshwater mussels. All right. So I'm going to just take a breath here. A lot's going on, right? So another way OWEB supports monitoring in Oregon is through our programmatic effectiveness monitoring grants, which are funded under the quantifying conservation outputs and outcomes line item that Russ loves so much. So the intent of the OWEB grant of the Effectiveness Monitoring Grant Program is to evaluate the outcomes at a broader landscape scale to describe the impacts from our restoration investments. And these programmatic effectiveness monitoring grants are developed in close coordination with the grantees, and they are just funded less frequently than the ones in open solicitation. You can see here, there's just less dots on the map. But we have been funding monitoring through this also since 1997. And there's been a total of 103 grants awarded so far, and there are 5 that are open or in progress. And so the next slide, please. So the example I'm going to share, and again, there's tons of examples. A lot of the efforts that we've been funding are available on an OWEB effectiveness monitoring webpage that we have that shares information. We have other ones, but I just thought I'd choose Tide Gates to share with you today to kind of show you guys how a small investment in this has spawned future efforts. So in 2016, the then OWEB's board monitoring subcommittee and staff identified Tidegate restoration investments as a priority area to investigate. And so shortly thereafter, we worked closely and provided funding with the Institute for Natural Resources at Oregon State University to perform a literature review to help better just organize the collective lessons learned from Tidegate restoration projects. This effort produced a comprehensive report. It was wrapped up in 2018, and that described the effects of Tidegate restoration projects that was in existing literature. And then we also pulled information from everything that OWEB had funded through restoration and monitoring. So they pulled all these collective lessons learned and findings and with what was ever in the published literature and combine that into a 447 page comprehensive report. And then in 2021, Jillian McCarthy and I, who at one point was helping coordinate the Tidegate partnership, we took that 447 pages and slimmed it down to 18 pages. And the idea was create this bulletin that's intended for a technical audience to really have those take-home messages distilled down in sort of this technical bulletin that's still available on our website and is of use to restoration practitioners. And then finally, in 2024, with a targeted OWEB grant to the Coquille Watershed Association, the Nature Conservancy, and the Tillamook Estuaries Partnership, they developed a Tidegate and tidal wetland monitoring handbook. And this project was inspired by that 2018 report that recognized the need for a standardized set of Tidegate monitoring protocols, so information sort of could be rolled up if we wanted to, if it was collected consistently across the coast. So now, almost 10 years later, there are several tide gate restoration and effectiveness monitoring grants that are being funded through a variety of grant programs along the Oregon coast. And it's just a really great example of how programmatic effectiveness monitoring has elevated our understanding of restoration investments, can spawn several important guidance documents for restoration and monitoring, and then continue to collect vital data by integrating other OWEB monitoring grant opportunities. And so I think I can do that. There's one last grant program that I'll describe. The way that OWEB also supports responsive grant making is through the Focused Investment Partnership. So individual monitoring projects can also be funded in each FIP initiative in a board-identified ecological priority, along with restoration, technical assistance, engagement, and acquisition projects. And the monitoring grants that each initiative pursues is really intended for them to help identify status and trends and effects of restoration actions to inform future work. And so again, we can see from this grant that we have funded 85 monitoring grants through this FIP program. 53 have been completed and 32 monitoring grants are in progress. So one example that I'll be brief is funded through the Baker LIT, or Local Implementation Focused Investment Partnership. They were in Cohort 2, and they just really embraced these monitoring funds to help improve their monitoring techniques and to develop some data storage and analytical tools. And it's really helping them identify both their implementation actions and their monitoring data that's been sort of integrated into a database to help them inform their efforts, but also can help them identify sort of the collaborative effects of their actions on public and private lands. So with that, I will turn it over to Court.
So we're going to touch briefly on just a couple of the other areas within the spending plan where we also have monitoring going on. And one is through the strategic implementation area monitoring. Strategic implementation areas are a collaborative grant program between Oregon Department of Ag and OWEB, where Oregon Department of Ag identifies these strategic implementation areas, normally managed by a soil and water conservation district. OWEB then works with ODA and the partners to provide funding both for technical assistance and required monitoring. And so each of the strategic implementation areas invests in at least $25,000 of monitoring. The monitoring plan is put together by a local monitoring team, which is made up of key partners, including DEQ and ODF&W, OSU Extension, ODA, and OWEB staff. They then put together and develop a monitoring plan and submit that to a statewide monitoring advisory group who reviews it collaboratively, provides feedback, and then they end up implementing the monitoring. What we've really seen in the strategic implementation areas is they're enabling local partners to really collect some critical baseline data in areas that tend to be maybe underutilized, under-monitored. There's not a lot of baseline data, and it's helping inform their future restoration actions. We've talked a little bit about throughout the day some of the Telling the Restoration Story grants. So that's another use of the quantifying outcomes where our grantees have collected data and they have maybe files and files of data or spreadsheets and spreadsheets of data, but they really haven't had a chance to compile it, synthesize it, and figure out how to share it with the local community. We have these small Telling the Restoration Story grants where we have 11 completed grants with various products that are located on our website, grantees' website, including the story, what are they called? The story maps, that's the word. Story maps and handouts, videos. Some of the Telling the Restoration Story videos have also been used by Oregon Lottery to tell the story of the impact of the Oregon Lottery dollars. All of these grants are funded with lottery dollars and not federal funds. I'm pretty sure in the past we've had the Zoomeralt Prairie Telling the Restoration Story come to OWEB, but this is just one of the examples of $4 million in restoration investments from OWEB over time, from restoration and weed removal, the acquisition funding, And then it's really great to be to be able to say, with this significant investment, these are all the things that we've learned. This is the data that's been collected. This is the results of the significant investment. And the products can be used by both the local grantees, but also by joining landowners and other partners. So this is where you take a big breath and you think, wow, we're doing a lot. This is a map of all of those monitoring projects that we've just been talking about across the state. Ridgetop to ridgetop, a variety of different grantees, a variety of different project types. And what's really been fun for me, especially when we first put it together for the board committee and then putting it together again today, is to just really think about how our monitoring dollars are really supporting the goal, our end goal, which is informing future restoration and implementation. And not just from our grantees and not just for OWEB, but for our state partners, our federal partners, local communities, tribes. It's informing not only OWEB's strategic plan and OWEB's actions, but those of integrated water resources strategy, the SWAP, the intensely monitored watershed, TMDLs. It's really a collaborative effort. And if you think about, often you hear, and we saw with Stephanie's key performance measures, we report out on our restoration outcomes through the Oregon Watershed Restoration Inventory. We house that, we manage that, we staff that. But for the monitoring, it's different. Our grantees are feeding data into ODF&W, DEQ, water resources, and other state and federal programs that are managing this data, because those are the partners that are using the data to inform TMDLs, to inform state strategies. And we just get to be this amazing facilitator and working with our local partners to get this done on the ground and reporting it back out for statewide use. And with that, we just really want to appreciate the moment that we got to talk with the board today about monitoring. And we have a few questions here. I know we have a few minutes for discussion. I wanted to make sure we left some and be respectful of our tour partners today. But we would love to hear any questions you have on what we just went through, or if there's things that you would like to hear about in the future that we can bring back to the full board and to the committee that we could talk about.
Fantastic presentation. That is just a lot of work across the whole state, and a lot of work to put just that presentation together, but really like meaningful, impactful monitoring efforts. So great job to OWEB staff and for that presentation. So like Courtney mentioned, there's a couple questions on the board here. And then, what comments or questions do board members have for Ken and Courtney? I saw Mark. We'll go Mark, and then, what's your name? Kelly. It's at that point in the day. And then Bruce. So go ahead, Mark Labhart.
So Ken, could you go back to that one chart with the bar graph that shows the 7 million? Could you go back to that? And while you're doing that, I'm sure appreciative that we appointed Liz to chair that committee. So it's really, I'm glad that we did that. So I think it's very acceptable. So it's the one right back at the very beginning. Okay, so while you're doing that, the question that I have is, it looks like we're there, or we've got that 7 million request. How many applications is that?
It's 34.
Those 34 applications, and it looks like we fund about, on average, about 2 million. So you see where I'm going with this? We're going to have to tell a lot of people no for $2 million. And so how is the review committee going to prioritize 34 applications for $2 million when they're requesting 7 million? I mean,
I'll have Ken answer that. I will say the one thing, we try to get them to not think about the amount of money they have. We want them to think about the projects and all that, but then you all get to wrestle
You
with
get
that
to tell them no.
yeah, that's what I mean. So this is going to be huge because
we didn't anticipate the request doubling from last year. So if you can see in 23 and 24, we received $3.5 million in requests. and we funded just a little over $2 million. And you guys did increase, in this spending plan, you did increase the available funds for monitoring by $500,000. So this biennium, we have $5 million for open solicitation monitoring grants.
Okay.
So that you divide that in two, so 2.5 million each year.
Is that guaranteed or is that, no? No.
It's in your spending plan.
Okay, it's in the spending plan. Okay.
And
That makes me feel a
so,
little bit better.
as long as people keep playing video poker, we'll be fine.
Thank you. You know what, good, I just so much, I'm saying with Lindsay, I really appreciate these little programs that 101, 101, 101. I mean, because we think we know something, and then they present it, like, whoa, so, yeah, it's very, very appreciated.
Just want to note that, Dan, I do see your hand up, so we'll go Kelly and then Bruce.
Thanks. Great job. Great presentation. I was really struck by the breadth and diversity of the monitoring projects that we've funded. And a couple of things that really kind of like got my attention was the funding of the USGS stream gauges, which is something that I know comes into question depending on what year it is and the level of federal funding from USGS. And that information is so important for so many user groups, not just folks like us that are in natural resources or folks that are managing natural resources, but also guides and just communities in general for flood risk. And so that really came to my attention as something that is a really great example of how OWEB is picking things up and helping to adapt with some shortfalls from the federal funding. And I thought that was fantastic. I also appreciated the call out for, and I don't have any favorite watersheds, but I might really love the Umpqua. All right. I'm going to put that out there. And I really appreciated the shout out to the Partnership for Umpqua Rivers. And I just wanted to mention that with that, the tribe partnered really early on when PER first started collecting the data. We were going out and helping them collect as well. And so I think some of the partnerships too with the monitoring are really key. And there's typically a lot of partnerships that come along with this monitoring throughout. And so that was great. And then also the Long Tom Watershed Project is such a new, cool way to think about monitoring and incorporating traditional knowledge into the monitoring. That I'm really excited about that one, and I'd love to hear more about that once the data is collected. And I think that's one that we could highlight and is really cool and innovative and so applicable right now with trying to get fire back on the landscape and increase cultural burning to help prevent some of those catastrophic wildfires and also bring back some of our oak habitats that we've been losing so much around the state. And so I think that one is one that I'd love to hear more about in the future. I could talk monitoring all day. I also really appreciated your first slide with somebody in a wetsuit and the goggles, and you knew with how deep that water was that he was going to be doing this. The river, because I used to do that. And I really miss those days. Thank you, guys.
Okay, we'll go Bruce and then Ross.
Thanks. One of the things I'm going to miss most is asking the almost too competent Ken Fetcho, almost too competent Ken Fetcho a question. And you did such a great job, both of you, that nothing really popped, and that bothered me. So I think it would be wonderful as an exercise when you have free time to look at this monitoring through the lens of our social justice, our environmental justice lens, looking at how we're applying this across, because certainly you've shown that we've got a good distribution geographically. And the last question I have for you is explain to me why Region 6 is in the middle and not to the far east, top east. Why is 5 more east than 6?
Well, I'll take a stab at that. Thanks, Bruce. So back in the day, there was only 5 regions, and Region 5 included Region 6, okay? And 4?
It was, 6 was withdrawn by taking some of 5 and some of 4 and creating 6.
Okay.
So.
So it sort of filled that gap.
No, that really doesn't answer the question. You had to rename one, you had to make one of them 6, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
it doesn't-
why'd you make that one 6?
Well, it's not like it's not linear where it goes left to right.
Yeah.
Because it was the new one, Bruce. It
Yeah.
was the new one. They all previously had a name.
Yeah.
They all previously had a name.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thanks, Gabe.
Would you like to make a motion to?
It's not an action.
Almost too competent.
We'll go Russ and then Dan.
So the Gulf of Astoria, number 1, alphabetical, okay. Thank you. So I'm curious what the two of you have, what your initial impressions were, and then maybe perhaps a week after it sunk in. What is the monitoring responsibilities to meet the governor's new executive order without any additional budget allocated to it?
Oh, it's funny. They just look right at me. I'm going to ask us to not ask staff to answer that question. We have
I was
not
just
gotten
asking
that
your
level
I
of
was asking
detail.
your impression.
It hasn't even been out for a week yet. I don't see new monitoring responsibilities in that. I see an obligation to do exactly what Ken and Courtney described that we're already doing in terms of interagency coordination and strategic investment, and what Bruce described of how do we center climate resiliency and community preparedness for climate change in part of that within our existing authorities and responsibilities. Sorry, Russ.
Okay.
Dan, then Liza Jean.
Thanks, guys. Great info. Just wanted to give a shout out that that monitoring data is being transferred to DEQ for doing impaired water assessments. So kudos for that. And you brought up the Umpqua as a specific example, and I don't need an answer, but just encouraging that, you know, that happens with all the water quality data that the state tracks for impaired waters. I think you said that the grantees themselves are sort of responsible for pushing that data out, and it'd just be pretty important to make sure that the DEQ is able to leverage that data. And then I also just wanted to comment on what I think was an example of adaptive management, but would like to hear if there are others. With the effectiveness monitoring that's done, Ken, you talked about a lot of work with tide gates and coming out with a restoration bulletin. So to me, that seems like you guys learned a lot in the adaptive management model. You were rolling that out to folks to sort of adapt and do restoration based on the latest and greatest science. And I just didn't know if you had other examples of how you roll out the effectiveness monitoring that you're collecting to do adaptive management across the portfolio of grantees.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. So if I understand the question correctly, you're looking for other examples of other investments in effectiveness monitoring and how that's being applied to adaptive management?
Yeah, just like, I mean, and maybe there aren't any, but are there examples where you're doing the effectiveness monitoring and it is in the framework of adaptive management? So how does that data get rolled out to actually get people to adapt?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a variety of examples, and it just kind of depends on what the monitoring is. So, for instance, some of the work for programmatic effectiveness monitoring has been in the Middle Fork John River Intensively Monitored Watershed, or IMW, and that work has been occurring since 2008. So it's just really been an iterative process where the monitoring, they've been doing restoration, monitoring, applying that information, and continue to evolve their restoration approaches, but also adaptively manage those specific projects. We've done a lot of work to help across the Pacific Northwest with other IMWs, really trying to help export or disseminate those findings to other watersheds where there just isn't the investment in monitoring. So other folks are really learning, some of the stuff that we've been sharing from the Middle Fork is really trying to understand what that primary priority limiting factor is. So folks are really trying to address that, and before they're expecting to see, benefits to salmon populations. So that's one example. The stage zero work that Brian's familiar with, that OWEB has been supporting, we've had less of a hands-on role with informing the adaptive management, where the partners that we're helping support doing the restoration and monitoring, they're been more proactive in helping really push that adaptive management cycle. And so I think it's really just specific to the type of restoration we're investing in monitoring of, and depending on sort of that context and the partnerships involved and how that adaptive management is applied.
And the other thing I would add, Dan, for the first part of your question, we actually require in our grant agreements for monitoring grantees that they, with the project completion report, show us that they have either provided the data to ODF&W or to DEQ. And it's what really helps us ensure that we're following that whole loop and supporting our state partners.
Audrey, do you have a follow-up to that?
Yeah, thanks. Just to add, so Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator for the record, and just to add to the response about monitoring in the context of adaptive management. When you think about the way progress is tracked for the focused investment partnerships, there's by design in that progress reporting, there's reporting out on adaptive management, and oftentimes that includes reference to how's the monitoring going, and how is that fitting, how are lessons being learned, and how are the partners adapting through the initiative. Thanks.
Thank you. And I see your hand up, Brian. We'll go Liza Jane, then Mark Webb. Oh, no, Liza Jane, Mark Webb, and then Jesse.
Thank you. So this may be a follow-up to what Dan was asking. So for the collaborative work I do on the Malheur, federally funded monitoring has been a really key part. Adaptive management has been key in getting people who didn't get along or have a shared vision to coalesce around a view. And it's also changed how the Forest Service implements its projects, and we've got a sense of that. And also on the Malheur, they've just done a lot of aquatics work, and we took a field trip once where we saw the beginning of that effort, where it was just log weirs and the evolution up to stage zero. And I guess what I'm asking, is there a chance that y'all can do some videos where we get a sense visually of how this is how we used to do it, this is why it didn't work, and this is why we changed, just to give us a sense of that transition over time as well as the why? I think when you talk about effectiveness monitoring, you are tracking progress, but I think it'd be nice to see the changes and why.
Thanks.
And it's
Feedback.
for us, it occurred to me, or at least this is what I think, I don't know that it's right. Adaptive management is as much or more critical for building social consensus and agreement as it is for doing good work on the land, and having that sense does seem pretty important.
Thanks, Mark. Good idea.
Jesse, and then Brian, please.
So this is in response to the question that you had on the slide about what are we not monitoring? And it's not to say that you're not, it's just a question more, which is, Clackamas just came up and had a slide that said the number of jobs that were, that was created as a result of the project. And this, you frequently cite that University of Oregon study. Is there talk about updating that information and better tracking the number of jobs and the investments in local economies to be able to tell that part of OWEB's story as well?
Great question, Jesse. We are actually working currently on compiling the various socioeconomic studies that are out there, so we could at least share some of that information and have it in one place. The challenge is that has been funded in the past on the ops side and not on the grant side. And we don't have any extra money on that side to fund such another effort, but there is definitely interest, and it's something we keep talking about. And if there ever happens to be some extra money on that side, I'm sure it's something we would pursue in the future.
Little more video poker.
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Brian?
Yeah, appreciate that. To build on Mark's comments and then Dan's as well, as far as the changing and the evolution of practice, yeah, I think that's a really important story to tell, Mark. I know that as some of the outreach, virtually every presentation that I've seen on some of the Valley Reset Stage Zero type work has told that story that you're talking about as far as the evolution of different practices over time. But I think that's a critical message that, can't be told enough, essentially. And I think it's a really good point that should be emphasized in any sorts of outreach around effectiveness of practices, how they've evolved over time. And so related to that, I think there's a really good articulation of how the data gets shared and integrated into the various databases managed by the various agencies and how they use them for TMDLs and things like that. I think that's really important, and one of the things that I was glad to hear when I was first became part of the subcommittee for the monitoring. But I guess one of my questions to build on Dan's comments on the adaptive management, and I apologize if I should already know the answer to this, but is there you obviously have a database with all these projects, you just displayed them spatially, and I'm sure that there are deliverables for each of these, including reports and findings and that kind of stuff. Is there a readily accessible database to practitioners where someone could go on and say, I'm interested in, vegetation response to this kind of treatment, and I can get a summary of the findings of the 30 projects that have been funded and their spatial distribution and such. And then also, high level adaptive, findings and implications or adaptive management kind of implications. And then be able to use that to obviously dig into the technical reports, which are more in detail, but to get those summary level queries that are readily accessible to practitioners. So
it's called Ken's brain.
Answer is no.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We got to call Ken, 1-800-KEN-FETCHA.
Yep. So we have an online grant management database, which is where we can pull the project information from: grant number, grant name, location, funding amount. And then we have not easily, and then summaries of projects. So, grantees can go in and say, I want to do this type of monitoring project, and find other examples and dig down and find project completion reports. But the Oregon Watershed Restoration Inventory enables people to query and get actual outputs of stream miles and riparian and things like that. We don't have that for our other grant types. It takes more human energy and time to get at that level of information. So it really, though, is because Ken reads every report and dives in and is so detailed in his work. It is in Ken's brain. So it is 1-800-CALL-KEN. For now.
Yeah, right now, Brian, you can, using Augmentus, you can find narrative summaries for each monitoring grant at the individual level. But in order to, say, compile findings across, like you mentioned, vegetation response to restoration, we would have to do that physically, each going through each grant, and then summarizing those findings to compile that.
Yeah. Okay. Appreciate that. Just one last comment. I think there's, monitoring provides a great opportunity to kind of assess and share successes, but also failures. And I think the failures piece is a real opportunity for learning. I think a lot of people know that, and good practitioners and agencies embrace that kind of failure piece as being a key part of learning. The other thing, though, that we could fail, not just on the projects, but we can have failed monitoring strategies. In other words, the way we tried to monitor this project was not suitable to the questions we were looking to answer. And that's actually a good thing to learn about, too, is not just successful monitoring strategies to answer the questions, but also ones that didn't work so that we don't repeat those. So that's another kind of opportunity to kind of think about.
Yeah, so we did do that. So we were fortunate enough that Professor Peg Boulay from the University of Oregon did her sabbatical with us on 2020, 2021. And one of the projects that she produced while she was doing her sabbatical with us was looked at assessments of different regional monitoring frameworks and what was successful and what were failures. And we integrated both of those two sets of information into our monitoring guidance document that we developed for restoration initiatives. So I believe that we have done that, and that was a look at they did a variety of different regional monitoring frameworks in the Pacific Northwest, some in Oregon, some in Washington. And so we took that information and applied that in a guidance document. So I believe that we have that information, what works, what doesn't work. And really the idea is sharing those lessons learned, because you'd be surprised how many folks doing monitoring still repeat these common pitfalls. And they're really
I'm not surprised by that, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking that question.
So we really did try to take that to heart. And working with Bonneville Environmental Foundation, we have a monitoring guidance document that has really tried to distill that down so the folks can, when they're developing monitoring plans, try to avoid those common pitfalls.
Thank you. So Russ has a brief comment, and then I'm going to move us through the rest of today's agenda.
So as it relates to the jobs information, I was reminded, Brian, that the original CLFRP program, both the BLM and the Forest Service helped to finance the economic study done in Oregon. That was done with OFRI and the Nature Conservancy. And if it hasn't been updated, maybe there's a way to build a new collaboration to get that updated.
Thank you. Okay, so before we adjourn, thank you so much for a very robust conversation about Monitoring 101 and the great information. So really appreciate the time and the presentation. I do want to acknowledge that Liz joined the meeting. So Liz, do you want to just introduce yourself? I know it's late in the day, but just go ahead and introduce yourself for the record. I think it's on.
Is it on? Okay, Liz Agpawa, liaison from the Board of Forestry from the Rogue Valley, Medford, Oregon, which I drove steadily up early in the morning and got here.
Thank you. So we're going to take a tour. I think Nicole might have a statement about logistics, but we're going to meet in front of the lobby just before 3 so we can get on the bus and leave around 3 o'clock. Do you have any other? Yeah, Katie, can you? Katie Duzik's going to give us just a brief overview of what we can expect to see, and then we'll adjourn and then get ready to go.
All right, Katie Duzik, Region 1 Program Representative. Very brief. I am really excited about our tour this afternoon. We are meeting partners from CREST, which is the Columbia River Estuary Task Force. They are going to be showing us a property just upriver. So we are headed just a 10, 12-minute drive, if we're lucky, 5 miles upriver. And if you're like me, you may have been looking out at our river and the ships passing by, and maybe you were wondering what the fish were up to out there. And we're going to get to see a pretty innovative project on the shoreline in Keflamet Bay. So we'll meet, as Nicole said, just before 3, maybe 5 minutes before 3, so give everyone time to change. And this probably won't come as a surprise to any of you, but it could rain. And if you don't bring your rain jacket, it definitely will rain. So everybody please come prepared. The word from our partners is that waterproof footwear is a good idea. There's this phenomenon in Western Oregon where even if it's sunny, your pants still get wet. So come prepared accordingly. So, all right. Did I cover everything? All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katie. And I'm going to turn the mic over to who? Nicole? Kelly?
I have a question for Nicole about, so we're going on the tour, and then are we going to come back here, change, and then go to dinner?
That's the hope and plan.
Just so I don't have to wear my muck boots to dinner? Yeah, right? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we have that all built in.
Sounds good, and we're adjourned.